Hello. Happy Monday, y'all. This is going to be a really fun stream. You guys are in for quite the roller coaster ride of laughter, giggles, and super chats. Hope you all went to liturgy. If you didn't go to liturgy, next time, for those of you who did go to liturgy, you're better human beings than the people that didn't go. Couple of things. So we're going to look at this 7-hour, we'll speed it up and kind of pick and choose. So don't worry too much. You don't need to put a helmet on right now. But there's this thing going around where it's like, okay, you could do videos. Great. Can you debate it? And they say no, basically. I'm not debating. But okay. So we have it. Okay. There are people who will debate. I'm debating a professor this coming weekend on evolution. Good. There are people who debate evolution. Great. I just think that the loudest people maybe should debate evolution. 1v1 or 2v2. That's what I think. And some of the biggest, loudest proponents of evolution, like Forrest, Valkai, and Gutsick, Gibbon, and Professor Dave, among many, they do their channels and they scoff, and they condescend. But when it comes down to whether or not they can hold their own in a one-on-one debate that's moderated, I haven't seen much. Haven't seen much in there. So that's fine. We'll do back and forth this way, which is, honestly just as fun for me. That's just as fun for me. I don't care. Now, I wanted to cover some things before we get into this, okay? In a little segment I call Atheist News. All right, so for those of you, many of you know a little beaver boy named, what's his name? What is Beaver Boy called? His name is, no, that's not it. That's me. Is this it? Wait, what? Hold on a second. I gotta find it. That's just me. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. So this guy, you guys know this guy, right? One of the most annoying, insufferable atheist, one-to-one atheist memes out there. I mean, he is a one-to-one, this guy, J.L. Warren. He has a channel called Bridge the Divide where he pretends that he's bridging a divide between people with different beliefs.
Hey Jim Bob, please review the new TMM video and Professor Dave's news video at some point in the stream. Thanks.
Maybe so. Thank you for the super chats, y'all. Paying my stream in laughter. Yeah, pay your laughter fee, Josiah. I appreciate that. Yeah, especially this stream. We want Forrest and Erica to see that the reigning of... Because they really don't like that I make money. It seems... This is something we saw with Andrew, by the way. They really don't like... Because from their view, I'm a heretic. I'm a scientific heretic, and I'm making money from you guys, you ignorant plebes. Because, I'm making money off of lies and distortion and all this. They hate it. So, make sure you make that known throughout the video, okay? Okay, so in the Atheist News, this guy, you guys saw the debate where Andrew debated the other dude on Breakfast Tacos. Andrew was nice enough to go to a small channel like Breakfast Tacos and debate someone, Kurt, on Christian nationalism or something like this, right? And he stayed around. He not only debated on a really small channel, but he stayed around for some... Actually, no, this was a different thing. There was a panel discussing Andrew. Sorry, let me clarify this. There was a panel discussing Andrew, and Andrew was like, oh, whatever, I got a coffee. I'll jump on. So he jumps on and he goes face to face with this dummy, right? This guy Spurgs calls him despicable, makes all these claims about him, and then Andrew stays calm and just goes, "Can you justify any of them? You're saying all that, but can you actually give any evidence?" And he was silent. He couldn't. So he looked stupid. This guy, by surprise, could look stupid. So that's what happened. Now, what happened after is really interesting. This guy who's one of the common panelists on Taco's ongoing panel channel there, he accuses Breakfast Tacos of setting him up. Yeah. He publicly accuses Tacos for setting him up, that was a setup. Which is hilarious because you don't really need that as a setup. All you have to do is, if you're talking smack and saying some things about people and they happen to be listening and they jump on, you don't need a setup for that. No one forced you, dummy. Breakfast Tacos didn't force you to start talking smack about Andrew, and just so happened in that event he was listening and had a link. So there's that. So now he's, in a debacle with Tacos, which is really funny, and now he's going back to his own channel. By the way, I told Tacos, this guy never added anything to your channel. All this guy did is make it really uncomfortable and unwelcoming for opposition. So this guy sucks. Anyway, further, this is interesting. Also in Atheist news, Planet Peterson does a full-out hit piece on Jay Dyer. No argumentation, no specific positions, full-out attack on his person, accuses him of fraud, blackmail even, and some other stuff. I feel like Peterson has gone full Professor Dave level doing hit pieces and not scientific reasoning and looking at things like that. He just went full what do you call it? Like the editorial pieces or something. So, I'm not going to watch that. I did watch some of it, and it's a short video there, but, he brings up Jay's wife, all sorts of low blow stuff, which I have a feeling. Now, Peterson has a book called Facts That Aren't True. I have a feeling he's going to be adding some facts that aren't true, given the video he just made of Jay. But notice how you attack the person and never arguments, Notice that, like, the skeptical atheist, right? They're all about truth, and they're all about debating the facts and debating this and that. And instead, they moralize. They grandstand and moralize and make hit pieces. Why is that? What's happening there in that community? What's going on? Where you get all these, quote, science communicators doing basically TMZ pieces, right? Is it really that hard? Maybe it's the income. Maybe they're like, well, this model doesn't work. I'm going to do a crap all over the internet model instead. I don't know, especially Peterson. He was like, out of the many, a little bit more respectable insofar as his approach. But this is straight up, it's not slander because you can't really hurt Jay from Planet Peterson's position, but it's definitely saying lies about people publicly. Like accusing someone of fraud or blackmail live, like on one of your videos is a fairly serious business, Planet Peterson. Which is strange because this is a guy who was fired by his job, his previous job, for wokeness, for some sort of stupid woke reason. So he actually knows the potential impact and cascade of lies and false accusations. It's bizarre. So there's that. In other news, Colossus, I can't review it now. I think I'm going to save it for its own video because Colossus, you guys remember the guy who jumped on my stream and did a review. This is Colossus. He's kind of like if Norman Bates had a dad around and kind of worked it out. This guy, I like this guy. He did a steel man of my philosophical argument against clades and how there's no real objective standard or criterion for determining when a clade begins or when a clade ends, or can clades begin among 10 organisms? I'm trying to figure this out, and he he at least steel-manned me. He understood it in the one-on-one we had, and he said, you know what, I'm going to make a video. I'm going to think about this. I'm going to think about this and make a video. And he did, and it's a decent video. We're going to discuss that maybe later today, but perhaps on a different stream I'll isolate this. But I believe that he didn't actually solve this problem. He merely moved the problem over. And Colossus, if you're here and listening, consider that the thing you came to as the criterion for a clade in this video, the same problem occurs with organs themselves. That organs inside the body of the clade of species that's changing and varying to unsimilar, to states where they're unsimilar, completely dissimilar to previous versions, you have this change and flux with organs themselves. So it's bizarre because, you got to imagine in their world, which is fully Marvel at this point, this ongoing variation of species at, I call it the silhouette level, that their form from the silhouette level changes, but they maintain the rigorous relations inside their organ system, in their body schema, that the things remain what they do, but they change place or they change size. These things something has to maintain invariant. There has to be something that's invariant. And that becomes the big problem, is that you're constantly changing the thing that you're pointing to that has its own identity and function. And now they deny purpose, which is crazy. Because a really fun question I ask these people, and it's getting more fun as the time goes on, as I ask them simply, is there any error in nature? Is there objectively any error in nature? And this is another way of asking the question, is there purpose, right? Is there error in nature? They have to say no. And yet they don't realize when they say no that from their own materialistic, naturalistic perspective, they're denying that evaluations and propositions themselves can't be erroneous. Those are in nature. That you can't say there's an error in printing in DNA. There is no error. There's nothing like that. There's no randomness. There's no error. There's nothing like that. Their foundation, the rudimentary brick of evolution, is based in these mechanisms. 4 mechanisms, 3 of which could be argued quite well to be, quote, from their view, random. And then it all falls apart from there because you can't determine randomness from their perspective. So it kind of falls apart there. Anyway, so that's something I'll cover in the future. I'll keep watching for sure. I'll keep watching for new segments in what I call Atheist News. Anyway, we should get into this. Let's see. We almost met our first goal already because you guys are awesome because you're not atheists. Are atheists coordinating against theists? Yes. Yeah, they're figuring out that they're losing ground, right? They're in the crop dust of the 4 horsemen, right? That whole thing is collapsing. They're losing influence in culture. There's a incline in movement back to traditionalism. There's an overcorrection happening that we ourselves have to account for. And so now they're just attacking, right? It's all attacks now. Coordinated attacks, gaslighting. You'll see in this video with Forrest that he dog whistles. He actually dog whistles throughout this talk here. Now I'm going to put this on 1.25 and we'll see if that does well. Now there's really funny things in this. I'm going to hold off on a really funny thing here. They did I don't know where my phone is. They actually did a clip of all of my insults, and whoever edited it did a good job over there. I don't know who did it over there at the line, but it was so funny that you'll see after these 2 people play it, they're actually laughing. They're not like fuming. They're actually giggling at my insults. They think it's funny. Now, they don't like me, but I'm still making them giggle. Well, I thought that was good. Further, we're going to skip to a section. I think we'll get into a little the start of this, but I did want to remember there is a very particular. Where my phone went. There is a very particular section here where I ask, where it takes them forever to get to, by the way, because this is like the real through line of my counter argumentation to evolution, is this question of how does random mutations, plural, change or create new functional appendages from not that? That's the question I ask people that they have a big problem with. Professor Dave had a big problem with it. Essentially, it's just random mutation produces changes. No, that's not enough. First of all, you have to know it's random. How do you know it's a random mutation? Second of all, if it's a pre-planned mutation, the question is still, how do pre-existing code that deliver information insofar as how biology organizes itself, how does it produce hyper-specialized functioning things? And they never can answer this. And I wanted to make sure that we got that in here. But let's just go from the start, because Forrest here starts coping right off the bat, immediately. Completely right off the bat. Let me get my chats up here, overlay. He's already making excuses for why he doesn't debate, this guy. Ask them how it is they believe good exists while God doesn't. Yeah, that's a good one. They don't. To them, it's completely arbitrary. Steelborn, thank you so much, Steelborn. If there is no errors in nature and propositions exist in nature, then the prop Christ is God is true, but would the opposite be? Well, it comes down to trivialism, right, Steelborn? Which is all of, everything's the same status. All of it's the same status. They don't understand philosophically the problem here. That's why it was so funny to watch Dave freak out, making 2 videos of the same video he did. 2 videos of the same exact exchange he had to do because he was so blown out epistemically. He realized perhaps how stupid it was to say, when I said, why would I trust any propositions coming from a random functioning brain with no purpose to think? He says, because I'm right, and his goblins think that was a good take. They actually think that. It's wild. But nonetheless, we're used to it. We're used to them thinking like this. We laugh. We laugh at it. We go, oh, well, that's a really interesting epistemic system. It's a deep combo of pride and Dunning-Kruger effect. The Evos fail to comprehend that many of us climbed out of the materialist nihilistic philosophy through the study of natural science philosophy leading to orthodoxy. Yet, these people don't realize that maybe for 10 years I was an Evotard. Full on, believed it all. Duh. I mean, it's so obvious. How could you deny it at this point? And then someone said, well, show me. Oh, also, I forgot. Also in atheist news. Oh, you guys got to see this. This guy writes me an email. Dude, it's wild. He writes me an email accepting a debate on modern day debate, so long as I accept all of these things. Dude, he wrote me like 8 pages or more in an email, this guy. Dave didn't say the brain had no purpose. He said no inherent purpose. Yeah. He said there's no inherent purpose in thinking. You think that changes it, using the word inherent? What does inherent mean, dude? If the brain has no inherent purpose in thinking, in processing, then you can't know if it's processing correctly or not, Reclaimer. You don't know the problem you're in. You just avoid it. You're like, nah. You think using the word inherent means anything? You think it gets you out of the problem? It doesn't. I don't have a problem with evolution, but I got to admit, you raise some good questions, but they never answer them. They dodge, ad hom, keep doing what you're doing. Super interested. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. Look, if it's really simple, Reclaimer, we'll do it backwards for you in crayon, right? If there's no inherent purpose to anything, that is to say, it has a purpose to do what it does. Whatever it is, it has a purpose to do what it does. If that doesn't exist in nature, nothing is operating incorrectly. There's nothing operating incorrectly in nature. Do you agree, Reclaimer? Is there anything in nature that in an instance is truly, objectively operating incorrectly? Heathen deity, that's funny. I love this projection from Jim Bob is getting called out. He's too scared to read the full emails from Forrest. What do you mean? I read the email from Erica. I don't care. I don't owe anybody reading emails. It doesn't matter. I demonstrated, heathen, you filthy animal, that they don't want to debate one-on-one. It's really simple. They were in my chat. I wasn't in their chat. Okay? Anyway, let's get started with this because this is going to be quite the epic stream today, let me tell you. All right, let's start with this guy coping really hard off the bat of why he won't debate.
So, Forrest, do you want to introduce it or do you want me to?
Yeah, why don't you give the background? This was a lot of inspired by you and then made worse.
Yeah. So, okay, this is gonna come as a shock to all of the viewers, but Forrest and I are science communicators. So what we do is we spend a lot of time off of this show, off of the line in general, doing science communication of various sorts, and that of course includes debunking a lot of pseudoscience, and that pseudoscience of course includes creationism. So every now and again, as Forrest is well aware, and as those of you who have been in this circle for any modicum of time are also aware, there's this sort of revolving door of apologists that we tend to see in creationism, and some of them stay longer than others, but we're always aware of when a new one pops up, because when there's a new apologist that's sort of anti-evolution, very pro-creationist, we tend to get a lot of comments in our comment section saying, watch this, review this, debunk this person, whatever. But it's a real treat when we get a very specific type of message from a very specific type of apologist, which is you need to debate so-and-so. And without even knowing anything about this person, you can tell a lot about somebody by the fans that show up and tell you that you need to debate them in the marketplace of ideas, which is, of course, you.
Nitty says the answer is no. Whatever feature is doing is in some part a spectrum of other organisms bearing relatively same feature, flange, joint. So the answer, Nitty, is no. There's no error that a thing in nature can't misbehave or act improperly, right? Is that because that's the thing? That's the premise I'm trying to get you guys to actually, get solid on. Can anything in nature operate incorrectly, objectively speaking? If you say no, Nitty, that's the end of your epistemology, okay?
YouTube to settle.
Something wrong with her microphone?
The biological science of evolution, which has been around for 150 plus years. So, we're happy to do that naturally. But Forrest and I have both been met with the...
I think her voice register is so high that it actually breaks the microphone. Nitty says you're making a category error. You're begging the question that there is a target. No, I didn't say anything. I'm asking a question. I can't beg the question because I'm not actually making the affirmative. I'm asking you, from the evolutionary view, is there anything in nature that's erroneous? That's an error. That it's wrong. It's operating incorrectly. I'm not making a category error. I'm asking if that category exists to begin with. If you say no, great. I want you to say no. That's actually consistent with evolution, to say no. There is no correct or incorrect events in nature. Right? Don't get squirrely, Nitty. You're one of the good ones. Don't get squirrely with me. Under the evolutionary view, is there anything objectively correct insofar as how something behaves?
The sort of rash of commenters lately telling us that we need to debate this user named Jim Bob, who I suppose is new on the scene. He's this Philbro apologist guy. And I call him
Oh, man, is that really how bad? Here, let me see if I can reload this. All right. Can one of you guys go over to this? It's, can your faith hold up against science? Can someone do me a favor in the chat? Go over to the line, can your faith hold up against science? This is a couple, 2:13:26. And at 3:30, Can you tell me if this is a thing that's just happening over there?
You know, where they stand. If this isn't your kind of thing, if you don't want to watch Forrest and I, like, dunk on this guy for a couple
Okay, it might be something in the beginning.
Data don't mean anything.
Evolution, which has been around for 150 evolution.
Data don't mean anything. Math doesn't mean.
Is it
Oh
real
yeah, no,
choppy?
actually, I just went and listened. It's real choppy. Yeah.
Ooh, no.
It's
Wait.
good for me here, but it's
Why don't-
bad on the stream.
Okay,
Why
we
don't
answered.
I hop in and out and you finish telling the story?
I'll continue on where you left off.
Yeah.
While Eric refreshes, while Erica refreshes, I'll continue to elucidate our audience on the happenings behind the scenes. So basically, what's going on is that we have this person who, as Erica pointed out, is just sort of this kind of lazy filbro. He
Well poisoning.
uses some funky pseudoscience philosophy, kind of woo-woo
Well poisoning. Well poisoning.
language to attempt to just logic himself out of biological reality.
Well poisoning, not an argument.
The idea that, you know, if we
The irony here. Isn't it fun? The irony here. The irony is that he's not saying anything. He's not refuting anything I've said. He's not even steel manning. He's not even trying to steel man.
you just think about this philosophically, then suddenly data don't mean anything, math doesn't mean anything, statistics don't mean anything. What we can see with our own eyes does none of it. Just it all goes away. It's just magic. Poof, gone. I haven't seen very much of this guy's content when I first started.
Wow, he just admitted. So he just categorized me, and then he just admits he hasn't seen much of my content. But he got me nailed to rights, right? This guy's the worst, dude. He's such a disgusting deceiver, this one. He's like almost evident of evolution. He's like a morphing gecko, this guy.
Started looking into it, the first thing that I saw was him claiming that evolution can't be possible because it defies the logical principle of the law of identity. The idea that a thing is identical with itself. What could that possibly even mean?
Is that your refutation? You'd think before well poisoning, you would want to understand what I mean by that.
In the context of actual evolution. I'd love to discuss it with him, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to happen because Jim Bob repeatedly asked Erica and I to debate him in a formal debate setting.
That's right.
And we're simply not interested. I'm not interested. Erica actually laid out like, hey, here's the terms, and he denied.
So unfortunately, you're not interested, right? So it's unfortunate that you're not interested in debating, right? Way to own yourself, quaff boy. Well, unfortunately, I'm not interested. See? Owned. Pwned.
He declined the terms that she laid out. I simply just said, hey, I'm really, it's not my style, not my bag. And we're going to talk about why, and we're going to talk about what that means in a minute. But I just don't do, I've been asked to debate by so many people, many better people than Jim Bob. Mm-hmm. I just don't like doing that sort of thing, and I frankly don't have time for it. And so I don't.
Oh, what a cope. What a cope.
And you'll see in a minute that Jim Bob's totally fine with that. He's completely understanding that that's just not how some people like to operate. It's not what some people like to do, and that is okay. Nobody owes anybody a debate. Nobody owes anybody a time and attention. Until the point where it gets to him participating in the line and us refusing to answer his brain-dead questions on his live stream, then...
You were in my chat, gecko face. You were in my chat. I said, no, I want to debate. I said it multiple times, right? You say, do you want to come on the line? No, I want to debate. You want to debate? You say no, right? These people stayed in my chat for a half hour.
And he's suddenly not okay with this anymore. So what happened was, the long and short is, somebody reached out to Erica, an intermediary between him and Erica, reached out and asked Erica for another debate. Erica reached out to me and said, hey, do you want to do a thing together? We can talk to this guy. And together, she and I came up with the idea that we should just host him here. We'll just bring him on the line. Because clearly, he doesn't want to have a debate the way that Erica wants to. She can show the emails that she sent him whenever she comes back. But the... He doesn't want to have a debate the way she wants to. I don't want to have a debate with him at all for literally the exact same reasons that I won't.
Literally?
Don't want to have a debate with Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind has invited me to debate millions of times. My standards are better than his personality. I'm not interested.
Gosh, you're so condescending, dude. My standards are better than his personality. It's actually a mistake for the line to not have Kent Hovind on the line debating, even if you thought he was a total lolcow. Your own audience would want that, you dummy. You're so condescending, dude. What kind of statement is that? A platitude? Because my standards are superior to his personality.
And it's the same thing here with Jim Bob. The man is all bark and no literacy. I just don't have an interest in entertaining him. And so...
Except for 7 hours. Except for 7 hours. I have no interest in entertaining him, right, Erica Gutsick? Except for the 7 hours and 40 minutes we're going to do right now entertaining him. I am in a perpetual state of contradiction and unawareness of myself. I don't debate. I just host multiple call-in shows where I ask people to call in debate. Yeah, he's such a worm.
Erica and I came up with the idea. Jesus Christ, there she is. All right.
His standards are better. It only sounds condescending because you can't. Yeah, you got nothing. It's always the same with you NPCs. You're just gibberators. You don't have any arguments. It's all just meta. All you do is meta, Spurgeon, right? Listen, like you'll start to notice their little atomized people that they reproduce show up in our chats. They don't say anything. They don't say anything at all, right? They got nothing to offer. After a year of inquiring, our priest has gotten sick, hopefully becoming a catechumen soon. Going to enjoy my last march of eating whatever, though. Yeah, enjoy it. Thank you so much.
It was scary.
Uncarved Block says, a PhD in biology that's active in the field agreed to debate Forrest on trans. He ran. See? Yeah. He's full of it, dude. He's full of it. That's actually really evident, right? Because it's a different topic that he claims is scientific. Uncarved Block, who believes in evolution but pushes back on the trans thing with people like Forrest, who, you know, they're propped up as the biggest talking heads in science, right? They're the science communicators. And Uncarved Block is calling these people out saying, no, this is incoherent. Like, these categories are not grounded in anything scientific at all, in fact. And they deny it, right? So this idea that Forrest doesn't want to debate me or Kent Hovind on the basis of I'm illiterate, he can't say the same because Uncarved Block offers literate PhDs on the matter, but he won't debate it, right?
Scary for a second. So Erica and I came up with the idea to host a special stream here on the line where Jim Bob can call in, and we will just have a normal conversation.
You just contradicted yourself, bozo. You just said you won't debate me. You won't debate me because you don't have time for it and I'm beneath you. But you said yes to 7 hours of a stream about me where I can call in, where you can, what? Debate me without a moderator, right? The only difference here is home field advantage. I don't want home field advantage. I'm not saying you call in. Sometimes I'll have people call in, but if they want a formal debate, I won't go to my channel for it. Everyone knows this. I won't go to my channel. Well, the only difference, right? The only thing that's different as a symmetry breaker here between the two systems that he's one he's okay with, one he's not, is what? Moderation, unbiased forum, and moderation. Totally fine contradicting himself in this format, right? What's the difference? I can say the difference. You need to say the difference of why you're above debating, but you're not above debating. It's amazing.
Like humans, like adults. Doesn't have to be some big, event. Doesn't have to be a moderated, timed, this person says this and then this person must respond to that. Literally just human beings having a conversation about whether or not science is real. And Erica.
Science is real. He's such a gaslighting, greasy, unhealthy-looking gaslighting gecko.
Now that you're back, would you like to read those emails?
I would love to do that. Hold on, let me get myself.
Oh gosh, we're gonna listen
here.
to
First, I want to make sure that
email. Wow, this is riveting, you guys. I have to put this on 1.5 now. You guys are gonna read emails? Oh,
everybody can hear me. I went ahead and restarted my whole computer just to make sure that everything was golden. Am I coming?
Moderators sit back, let you say anything. Yeah, you don't have any arguments, Reclaimer.
We're okay, folks?
I can still hear you, but now they're saying that I'm a goddamn robot. So who knows?
Okay, as long as the more important host, me, is not a robot.
Right?
Just kidding.
Man.
So okay, before we yeah, what I missed?
You see what I'm saying? You guys are starting to get the culture here. You guys starting to see the culture here. It's all emotional. It's all psychologizing, emotional. There's no arguments. They're actually in a cult. They don't have anything to say.
Clue our lovely audience in on? Were we just discussing?
I got them all the way up to you. I got them all the way up to your and I email to Jim Bob.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, so
I don't have time to debate. I don't have time to dedicate toward Jim Bob as a subject. He's beneath me. Honestly, my standards are more important than his personality. By the way, you want to read the emails and sit around on the line for 7 hours focusing on Jim Bob specifically?
The situation so far is that first, I guess you could call them like a debate channel called Mega Bloodbath reached out to me. I mentioned this previously on the
Mega Bloodbath. The TFR for religious demographics is 2.3 and stable for atheists is 1.3 and dropping, ironically, under the framework of natural selection. Atheism is negatively selected for. That's right. It only survives through parasitism. That's right. Which is funny because, Professor Dave says humans are no longer, quote, from their view, selected under natural selection, which is funny. And by the way, me getting him to say that I thought was funny. And I knew that that's not the evolutionary view, really. And these people who say I got so owned, they admit that Professor Dave said something completely wrong there from their view. I like when Dutton was coping when he was saying that he just wanted a friendly conversation between the two humans. You're starting to see a pattern here, right? It's just a friendly conversation between two humans. That's all. That's all. Thank you so much, Mr. Somebody. Another 50 buckaroos. You see that, atheists? Are you guys seeing all the red and the green being thrown around? You guys see it?
The show when
they're starting to catch on also to the format. Like someone like Derek from Myth Vision, he's starting to see that doing his boring, broken analysis of what he calls myths, which by his own admission include the Big Bang and evolution. He's seeing that that's just not cutting it. So they're all starting to do more of a live interaction system because they're seeing that, they're kind of annoyed that it's so lucrative for these creation morons like myself. They're really not liking it. The science enjoyer is too scared to test his beliefs. How unscientific is that? Well, they just say it's philosophy. And it's like, do you know that you're doing philosophy when you do science? Are you aware? Are you aware that all of your science requires a starting point of philosophical assumptions?
They wanted me to debate Jim Bob, and I agreed to debate him with some stipulations, right? I'm sure Forrest already mentioned this while I was in the shadow realm, but I wanted to have a conversation about evolution. I wanted to have a conversation about the...
How does a Big Bang and evolution not cut it? According to Derek's criterion, it didn't meet it. Go watch The Exchange, atheist. Derek gave the criterion for what constitutes a myth. Jay, in that exchange, brought up the Big Bang and evolution. And it fits the criterion. That's why.
The data supporting evolution. Because I think that, as I said earlier...
Also, Corbo in the chat, stick around because we're about to explain why what you just said is dumb as hell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. And we're going to go through Jim Bob's wonderful tap dancing technique, which is what I think it is. But first...
Tap dancing technique? It's all they do is well poison.
I want to go through a couple of emails here because Forrest and I like to come with receipts. And one...
Gutsick Gibbon, some sort of monkey with a horrific gastrointestinal issue? Yeah.
One thing that I think is really funny is that when did you tell them about how we crashed the party yesterday?
No, I haven't gotten...
Dude, fix your mic. Hypocrisy? What? Dude, you got nothing. Give us a reference, heathen. Give us one reference instead of a general headline. Do you have anything other than headlines? Give us anything specific, heathen. I bet you won't.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so let's just start with the emails. Let's just start with a couple of her emails. Let's get into my emails. So I responded to the person who emailed me first. I said, you're not the first person who texted me about Jim Bob.
Can we get this as the full screen thing?
Yeah. I would be happy to teach him basic science and annihilate creationist talking points, but the little I've seen of him is precept rhetorical games. I don't care for the presuppositionalist word salad. I think it's
The Big Bang and evolution could be wrong, yet it still doesn't prove a God. Proof, you don't have proof under your view. And no, atheism doesn't hold true because you don't have a standard for truth. How could atheism hold true if you don't have a standard for what true is? Huh? Do you understand that under your view, you actually don't have an objective universal standard for what constitutes true? Do you understand that? You don't understand that.
A waste of time, meaning the conversation probably devolved into name calling. You tell Jim Bob I'm interested in actual science, not baby's first philosophy TikTok. You can get him to agree to talk data or evolution and obey a moderator to keep things on topic.
Dave, also in the news, Breakfast Tacos reached out to me. He said Professor Dave wanted to debate Jay on evolution. I said to him, well, you could ask Jay. Jay doesn't really focus too much on evolution. He'll just do maybe a philosophical attack, in which case Dave would be like, oh, you're pre-supping, I'm out of here, or whatever. It's like a mismatch from that view because Dave doesn't do philosophy at all, apparently. But I said, listen, Tacos, why is he going to Jay? I'm the one who's being all loud here. You know, let me debate Dave on evolution in an organized setting like this. You know what? I predicted Dave posted that little exchange that we had where I asked him some questions and ultimately led him to his own epistemic demise with a single question. He said that was a debate. And lo and behold, that's what he told Breakfast Tacos when I said, look, reach out to him, say I'm interested in a moderated debate on evolution. He said he already debated you. These people, they're so predictable.
I'm happy to chat with him. Otherwise, he keep trying to get my attention from his own channel. Now, some of you may think, whoa, Gutsick Gibbon coming a little hot here, and I've got a good reason. Forrest and I both have a reason to suspect that this guy is not
The message Dave has set up a big guy. Dude, he said no. Are you listening? Do you know what words mean? He said no to a formal debate. He said he wanted to debate Jay Dyer on evolution. I said, I don't know if you're going to get that because Jay focuses on philosophy. He'll probably just take a philosophical route if he says yes to that. Don't be surprised. And then he said no to me. He said no to me. Quote, truth are facts that make risky contact with the real world. That's thanks for the poetry. According to your system, how do you know what a fact is? That doesn't say anything. You don't tell. What's a fact? Dude, according to your model reclaimer, facts change. What you call a fact in one era could be completely false. You're just saying truth changes then. You're done. You're cooked. It's over. Goodbye.
Exactly good faith from the get-go, which we'll get there in a little bit, especially since he's going to try to accuse us of being bad faith, which I think is kind of laughable. Taco responded and was like, what are the stipulations? Let's see if we can get it going. And I included Jim Bob because his email is public on his YouTube channel. So I talked a little bit to Taco about the outline. I said it was pretty good. And then I said I took some time to watch Jim Bob's interactions with others on modern day debate and in other places to revise or confirm my expectations of him, and I have a few thoughts. I said, Jim Bob, I'm happy to debate you on the evidence for evolution, but given your presuppositionalist stylings, I'm not sure how fruitful it will be.
See that? That's a cop-out right there. You're not. Why do you get to determine how fruitful it is, Erica? It's a debate. Why do you get to be the honorary dictator of what constitutes fruitful or not? That's such a cop-out. Presuppositional stylings? That's really rich coming from someone who post hoc dictates what happened a million years ago. You mean I'm questioning your assumptions?
You seem to have a lot of hang-ups about some very basic concepts and assumptions in science that I think will directly hinder any conversation about the data. For example, in one...
Yeah, he doesn't get what revision is. Reclaimer is so broken-minded. I saw by his email. I mean, wait until you guys see the email he sent me. It's so what's the word? Manic. It's so manic. It's crazy.
One interaction, I saw you take issue with the assumption that fossils represent populations. Yes, folks, that is going to be the caliber that we're dealing with today. I can explain to you how we recognize pathology in the fossil record, the rarity of fossilization in general, dramatically reducing the odds that anomalous individuals were preserved, or in the case of hominins, that we have a very rich fossil record which directly confirms the presence of morphologically united populations. But if you then respond with, pathology may have looked the same as healthy in the past, how do we know fossils didn't just so happen to preserve anomalous...
You see, this whole email, I already told you guys, the whole email is doing a preliminary... she's doing a preliminary debate thing. She's like, all of the things that I would question, she's like, well, how are you question these first? Can you tell me how you're going to question these first and then maybe? It's like, no, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to correct these things. That's what a debate is. That's like asking the football team that you're playing to show you all of the plays beforehand. She's literally debating in this email. Let's just look, if you want to go, be my guest, read the whole email. She put it up there. I have no problem with it. There's nothing there. It's just all she's doing is saying, well, what are we actually going to debate? Because you can't debate this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, these are in question too. Yeah, what you call a transitional fossil is in question for sure. The term itself is in question for sure.
Mutants, or just because the bones are found in the same place about Jim Bob. Then Forrest, you want to explain why he's not going to show up? Because no doubt, yeah, we'll see if he agrees, and if he's not, if he says he's not going to, then we're going to farm some clips to show you guys to explain why he isn't going to come.
Exactly what I said you'd do. You show up in my chat, you hassle us. I say, no, I'm not. I want to debate with you guys. I want a proper debate. That's what I want. You say no. And then you admit that you're taking clips to farm to then tell your audience, framework style, where I'm afraid to come. I'm not afraid. I offered you a debate.
I know clip farming is usually pejorative.
Empiricism, that's the standard? Yeah. So you don't have a justification for empiricism because it relies on a whole slew of things you can't empirically verify, Reclaimer. Reclaimer, your brain and your soul is so overfried in the microwave of modernity. You don't even understand that you don't have empiricism to justify all of the preconditions for empiricism. Empiricism doesn't give you knowledge. There's no the ontology of knowledge, information, meaning, mind, regularity of nature, universals, categories, particulars, math, logic. It's so low tier, dude. It's like a philosophical orphan. I don't want to do precept debate. Just grant me my precepts on evolution. Yeah, exactly. But it's not a presupposition. Yeah, it is.
But I feel like it's pretty fair to use here too, because really the goal is to have him saying in his own words why he's not going to come. Right?
I told you.
Right.
It doesn't mean anything for us to sit here and tell you guys that he's too scared to have.
Huh, dude? Did I tell you in my own words on the stream why?
Conversation with two biologists because he refuses to do homework on.
Precondition, it sounds like some tag bullshit. Okay, let me give you an example. Reclaimer, is the precondition for empiricism that there's a regularity in nature? This is basic Hume. This is basic induction problem. This is the basic induction problem. For instance, for you to know anything empirically, do you have to assume a whole slew of things that can't be empirically verified? Yes or no? It's just like, it's actually depressing.
On the basic mechanisms of the topic that he agreed to debate. So instead, we'll just let him tell you why he doesn't want to debate us. And that's what we've done. We're going to be taking calls today as well from all of you wonderful people. But in between each call, I should say, we're gonna be going through some fun clips from that stream yesterday. Because as it turns out, Jim Bob was willing to entertain me and Forrest, two randos in his side chat, for about an hour.
Oh yeah, I'd never said I wasn't willing to. You guys said you're not willing to. Forrest just said, look at Forrest's face. Forrest just said 5 minutes ago he's not willing to entertain me. I'm willing to entertain you for hours. That's not an inconsistency. I love it. I thrive on this. People pay me to entertain people like you for hours.
Just, we're being a little heckly. That's true. I'll speak for myself. I was heckling a little bit. Once I realized that he was yanking us around a little bit, I started heckling.
I tried, honestly. I really was at first. Like, I thought pretty just amicable. Like, I was chill. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're such a raging douchebag. I was chill. I'm chill. Seriously, my own examination of myself is that I was amicable. I was chill.
But towards the end of it, I was also kind of at the end of the rope. And let me tell you, man, as content creators, we know what it's like to have somebody come into your chat and be a little bit trollsome, a little bit hecklesome, whatever. But as you will see in the clips that we show, there's reason.
Oh, wow, there's reason. There's reason I was there for a half hour, even though I just said he's not worth my time, but I was there for a half hour. Even though I just said Jim Bob's not worth my time, but I'm here on the line. By the way, they didn't put me in the title. You know what I'm saying? Can your faith hold up against science? Totally disgusting people. They don't even actually, they make an entire stream about me, and then they mislead the audience with, can your faith hold up against science? A call-in show. It's like, you guys, you didn't want to admit through the title that you focused on me. That's so funny to me. You didn't want to admit in your title that it was a focus on me. That's... Well then, JB, I'm pretty entertained listening to... Yeah, exactly.
Reason for it. Just to be clear, you can go to this person's Twitter. We talked about it a little while ago. Go to this person's Twitter, go to this person's page, go to look at the racist, homophobic, Zima...
Oh gosh, here we go, the dog whistling. By the way, evolution would select for racism, first of all. Second of all, I'm not racist. I don't make value judgments based solely on your biological standing in your ethnic group. I'm a cultural supremacist. I think there are superior cultures for sure. Inferior and superior cultures. Sometimes those cultures are tied to certain ethnicities. Sometimes it's hard to separate them. But no, this is all just complete low tier. Like I said, he's a greasy little gecko. He's a slimy little gecko that has no arguments, and so you have to well poison with dog whistling. That's racist. That's homophobic. That's over, dude. That's over. All of that's over, Forrest. You see what I'm saying? This is how he operates. So weak. It's so low tier. It's so 2016. Right off the bat, poison the well with all of these other social issues that are not even... Do you want to talk about how evolution, from your view, would actually necessitate racism? Would actually necessitate all various aspects of genocide? Forrest, would you like to debate on that, maybe? Would you like to debate on that?
Xenophobic, transphobic, just absolute brainless swill that this man cranks out. Like, I have no issue with just saying, and if he was here, I would say to his face, listen, dude, I think you're a crap person. I think you're incredibly stupid.
That's great. That's not an argument, you slimy, unhealthy-looking gecko. No one cares what you think is a crap person or not. That's not what's on the topic, dummy. We could say that too. Oh, we think you're a crap person. That doesn't say anything, you loser.
Stupid and incredibly just...
You're stupid, you're mean, you're a crap person, na poo-poo, I'm telling the teacher. I'm Forrest Valkai, I'm so smart, I'm a science communicator. No one cares what you think is a crap person. That's totally arbitrary, dude. Total cope. I mean, this is such low... This is fluffing his low IQ emotional audience. His brain-dead... highly emotional, moralistic audience that has no argumentation. Just, nuh-uh, you're mean, you're bad, you're a yucky.
Mean-minded.
Mean-minded, meaningless. Mean-minded?
Ignorant, and just, you make that kind of, antagonistic rage baiting your entire personality. It sucks. But I would be willing to have a conversation with you because, for some reason or another, you got a lot of fans. Eric and I were talking about this earlier. I think he absorbed the fans left over from Dark Dawkins and the like. And so for some reason, people are taking this dude seriously. So I'm happy to have a public conversation.
He's such a greasy gecko. He really is.
From his evolutionary view, homophobia is a survival mechanism since being he is a biological dead end.
Yes. Yeah. And selecting for in-group preferences from the evolutionary view would be solid. It'd actually be smart, even if it wasn't like, from their view, it's not even smart. It's just dictated by naturalism, right? Gnostic Academy, what's up, Marty? This is all fine and good, but the real question is, what do Forrest, Erica, and Jim Bob think about the solidity and physicality of chairs? It's cute. It's cute. Marty, actually, side question. Have you ever attacked evolution specifically, or what? That seems like it would be at least in your wheelhouse.
I'm not going to set up a whole ass event about it.
You just did! Is this guy serious?
person's Twitter. We talked about it a little while ago. Go to this person's Twitter. Go to this person's page. Go look at the racist, homophobic, xenophobic, transphobic, just absolute brainless swill that this man cranks out. Like, I have no issue with just saying, and if he was here.
The dog whistling is hilarious, man. It's such dog whistling.
I would say to his face, listen, dude, I think you're a crap person. I think you're incredibly stupid and incredibly just mean-minded, ignorant, and just you make that kind of antagonistic rage baiting your entire personality.
Blah blah blah. I was selected to do that. What are you gonna say, Forrest? It was selected for.
Sucks, but I would be willing to have a conversation with you because for some reason or another,
listen
you
to
got
this.
a lot of fans.
Cha-ching.
Hi Jim BB. I have to say you are at least adjacent to a crap person due to the fact you let me on your show.
Yeah, that's true. So now listen what he says. Total contradiction.
Eric and I were talking about this earlier. I think he absorbed the fans left over from Dark Dawkins and the like.
Whining, well poisoning, whining, well poisoning.
And so for some reason, people are taking this dude seriously. So I'm happy to have a public conversation. I'm not going to set up a whole ass event about it.
This is a whole ass event, dummy. I'm happy to have a conversation. I'm not going to set up a whole ass event. That's what you just did for 7 hours. You actually helped and made clips, this guy did, for this event. Both of them. Which is it, Forrest? I'm not going to set up a whole ass event, even though me and Erica independently went through his stream and found our favorite clips, put them in folders with titles and names for our producer to play them is a whole ass event. I was selected for to give this bad... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you were selected for to give me donations. If I'm xenophobic, I get it. Have you seen those things? Xenomorphs are terrifying.
And if Jim Bob had simply said, hey man, I'm just not interested. No, thank you.
I told you in the chat, I'm not interested in you going into the lion's den and getting a 2-on-1 sermon from the Evo priests. I'm interested in debating.
Just don't want to have a conversation about this stuff like this. I'm not interested in this platform. That's not the format that I like to have my discussions. No thanks. Cool. No problem. That's my reason for not debating. And not just him, anybody. It's just not what I want to do. Not my preferred way of doing things, not how I like to have these conversations. As you will see in the clips we're about to show, we presented that. And he agreed with it. Until it was no longer inconvenient for him.
No, until I still saw you in my chat. If you guys left because you got your answer, then it would be all said and done, right? But you didn't. You gaslighting greasy gecko.
To agree with it. So that person in chat earlier on, he was also talking about like, oh, you guys just want to mute him. As you just saw in the emails we said, hey, we're not going to mute you. We promise. We're not going to mute you. We're not going to gang up on you. And we had been reading those publicly. This was, I think, the third or fourth time we have read those emails aloud on this channel. And this is the first time we're even showing them on screen, so you know we're telling the truth. We make guarantees. Didn't work out.
I'd like to take a minute to point out too that I do debate, okay? I'm an ex-debate lord, okay? I used to debate any and everybody with a pulse on creationism here on YouTube. Anybody who knows anything about me knows that that is the case, right? That's like my evil, dark anime past, is that I was a debate bro here on YouTube and spent an inordinate amount of time debating people on this topic. So I was and still am, to be clear, willing to have a discussion with Jim Bob on a neutral platform about evolution, not philosophy. If he's out here...
No, Erica. Nope. You don't get that. You can't talk about evolution without philosophy. The fundamental assumptions in evolution are philosophical assumptions. The fundamental assumptions in science are philosophical assumptions. I want to talk about science, but I don't want to talk about the philosophy of science because then, he's gonna actually counter my assumptions, right? I'm not doing that. She just admitted her ignorance to the link between philosophy and science. She just admitted it. She just admitted why she won't debate this topic, because debating the topic, even insofar as examining what you call evidence or data, requires a philosophical lens. Now, maybe this is out of just ignorance in philosophy, perhaps with Erica. She admits she's not, engaged in any form of philosophy insofar as like literature and stuff, or interest. But she just admitted right there Now, to their base, this is what's so sad about these people and their base. They really think science occurs in a neutral position, philosophically neutral. They really believe in the myth of the given. They really believe in self-evident, quote, truths, as Dave, not a Professor Dave, said in our exchange. They really believe this stuff. They do. They believe it. Side question, do chairs pass through doors? Charlie Kirk's chair. I did look at that, actually. I did have an explanation for that. The chair thing, the Charlie Kirk chair thing.
We're not going to mute you. We're not going to gang up on you. And we had been reading those publicly. This was, I think, the third or fourth time we have read those emails aloud on this channel. And this is the first time we're even showing them on screen, so you know we're telling the truth. We made guarantees. Didn't work out.
I'd like to take a minute to point out too that
it's such a struggle session.
I do debate. Okay, I'm a debate, right? Who is unwilling to have a conversation here, and we are willing this entire time.
Dude, seriously. So I'm
agree to debate the on YouTube and spend an inordinate amount of time debating people on this topic. So I was and still am, to be clear, willing to have a discussion with Jim Bob on
Listen to the statement.
A neutral platform about evolution, not philosophy. If he's out here telling.
Not philosophy. My argument is that evolution is mostly philosophy. You're not going to have a debate on evolution because you don't want to talk about philosophy. Philosophy of science. Philosophy of science is how we think about science. Science is a methodology for studying the world around us. Yeah, very good. Very good, Atlas. You're learning. You need a philosophy to examine the methodology. That's what you're doing. You can't separate the two. So therefore, you can't separate what you call evolution insofar as your methodologies and your fundamental assumptions. What you're looking at. What are we looking at here? What are you saying? What are you claiming is being observed? What do you think are the logical jumps to your observation? Okay? This is what's in question.
Telling us that he doesn't understand or accept evolution. Data is a necessary part of that conversation. It doesn't have to be the whole part.
Data needs interpreted. See what I'm saying? She doesn't want to discuss. She wants to discuss evolution, but not philosophy. But she wants to discuss data.
Right? But
it's so funny. It's hilarious. Erica unironically posts a Facebook post of an anthropomorphic wolf with a corny caption, "You don't want to see my dark side." Is that true? Why do I believe that? Why do I believe that? This is exactly like your girlfriend coping with her best friend after she loses a fight. Pretty much.
A necessary part of that conversation. And I'm also not okay with having to explain, there's going to be some of this in the clips that you guys are going to see too, with having to explain what the mechanisms of evolution actually are to somebody who agreed to debate the concept of evolution.
They're very confused about this, okay? They're very confused about this. I know the four mechanisms of evolution, okay? The question isn't whether or not they can be named. Why do they think this? Why did they think this?
Be abundantly clear. Like, Donnie of Standing for Truth does better than that. He knows the mechanisms of evolution and can have a coherent conversation.
Care to share? That particular thing? I think looking at it, there's a kind of a chair that doesn't have legs. It has two U-shaped bars on either side. And a U-shaped bar can slide in between platforms that act as a stage. So it's possible that the U-shaped bar slipped in between what a stage that's made up of like a quadrant of four, or a quadrant or halves, that the thing could slide down in between those things. I will admit, though, Gnostic Academy, the way it fell seemed to me completely unnatural. But I don't really take what I'm seeing on video, even if it's legitimate, as good evidence for much at this point, Gnostic Academy. I don't take, because I've learned that my perception of things, video, pictures, there's a lot of variation there sometimes, you know. But I'd much rather focus on evolution today, Marty. For the record, I will give Forrest $500 if he can ground that being a bigot and racist and objectively wrong. Yeah, $500. You hear that, Forrest? $500 if you can ground being bigoted and racist is somehow wrong, even if you were right about calling people out, right? Because from my view, I actually would add to that, Jordan, and say Forrest, Valkai, and Erica couldn't possibly argue or determine whether or not what they call racism or anything else they find awful isn't selected for. They would have no idea whether it was or not.
About them. It's not a high bar to know a little bit about the topic that you're debating. So I'm happy to do that, right? But he needs to actually know what he's talking about, and he needs to be willing to defend his own worldview, because that's how science works. And we're talking about the scientific method and philosophy of science today a little bit too. But when you're shooting down a hypothesis or even a theory, right, if that's really something that you're trying to do, then you better come packing with an alternative model.
Nope, that's not how it works, actually. Nope. Because, Erica, this is why it doesn't work with evolution. The reason science works is that a viable hypothesis can be challenged with an alternative hypothesis. But if a hypothesis isn't viable to begin with, then you can't say what's your alternative, because that requires viability. You have to be able to test for the two. This is why it's philosophy. That's why all of evolution is philosophy. They don't want to get into the fact that either of these people couldn't actually walk me through the scientific method. You'd think a scientific theory, at least at minimum, could make its way through the scientific method, the one we all learned in 7th grade, right? And yet it doesn't make its way through the scientific method, does it? They never confront this problem. They just grant themselves that science includes other things that aren't the scientific method. Well, if you want to say that, don't say it's not that it's the scientific method then, because evolution doesn't make its way through the scientific method. That's another debate. I love that topic, actually. It's even better for me than is evolution, quote, true. Does evolution make its way through the scientific method? No. So if something doesn't make its way through the scientific method, Erica, tell me the arbiter for two competing hypotheses. Let's say I came packing. Well, if you come packing with an alternative hypothesis, it needs to be viable. She's actually admitting that she has a philosophy called evolution, and that if you have an alternative model, which is philosophy, a model is philosophy.
It's just how this works, right? So now that it's all public, the dirty laundry is out in the air. You guys are all aware of exactly what was said between all parties.
Theories never make their way through the no, hypotheses do. Dude, you're so dumb, Reclaimer. Theories don't make their way through the scientific method. No, you're right. They're the product. They're the byproduct of the scientific method only. Hypotheses make their way through the scientific method.
Parties involved, you can judge for yourself, right? Who is unwilling to have a conversation here. And we are willing this entire time that we are live tonight to drop everything, literally at the drop of a hat, and accept a call from Jim Bob. He is our golden boy tonight. We'd love to have him.
Jim Bob should email Erica and Forrest to offer debate. They won't debate me. Do you understand, Brooklyn? These people won't debate in a formal setting. What part of that don't you understand? You look like Harvey Milk.
So with that, are we going to, because we have a lot of clips, we're going to be reviewing the stream that Erica and I were hanging out in yesterday. Do you want to go and do a call first?
Statement check. Science is the data and the philosophy is the diagnosis. No, I wouldn't even say science is the data. Data is just raw data. Philosophy interprets data. Science is a method that is pretty specific to causal relations. So the scientific method, experimentation, does produce more data, but I wouldn't say science is the data. Maybe you're saying what they think it is. I'm not sure.
First, and then do a few clips in that call, or do you want to do a couple clips now and then do a stream?
Let's see what we got in Colin's studio. Now, there's a clip that we have that he was very insistent needs to be the first clip shown. As to
that's true. We should start with that one really quickly.
I want to start with that one because we agreed that we'd show that one first, and I do think that it's a fair one.
Science is, yeah, it is. Science is philosophy. You're doing philosophy. You're doing philosophy when you do the experiments. You're doing philosophy. It was a joke. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's hard to measure. It's really hard to measure sarcasm. I'm sorry. We got a load of new people here, probably coming in half from their side. It's going to be very difficult for me to distinguish between sarcasm and the chat.
To start with, but I think it's one
that I would like to start with.
Yeah, I think it needs to be followed up quite quickly.
You still
with,
look like Harvey Milk.
And also, so if you want to take a call first, then let's take it now, and then we can start reviewing these clips afterwards, or we can get right into this.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's play the 2 clips really quickly, and then we'll start doing a call, and then we will play more clips and just kind of bounce back and forth from there. I think that's the best way.
Yeah. You know, we don't want to waste any time, Forrest, on me, the racist, bigoted, xenophobe guy. We don't want to dedicate an event to me. But by the way, I spent a lot of time sourcing some clips from his channel.
That sounds good. As we await the Velatable to come join us, which he probably won't. Let me check it out.
There's absolutely no chance.
No. Lux, the folder that I would like to, or the clip that I would like to play first is letter A. Why no debate?
They literally made a whole folder with actually like names and numbers. This guy. Now, Erica didn't say I don't want to waste any time. She has a fun time. She actually won me over a little bit on this, honestly. She did win me over a little bit as far as her ability to sort of be insulted. Like she has thick skin. I got to grant it to her. She's actually less female than Forrest is. So is that a compliment? I don't know. Take it as you will, Erica.
If that's possible. We have all of these named, and they're named really stupidly.
Yes. Yeah.
I already told you, I'm farming clips to explain, hey, I know, you're bad faith. Instead of just telling you, here's the reason I'm not coming. Make sure this is in the clip. I want a formal debate. Make sure that you got that in the clips, okay? Now, if you miss that in the clips, we're going to know you're really dishonest. I want a formal debate. Formal debate. Platform. Crucible. MDD.
That's all right.
Loud and clear, Jim Bob. We hear you.
That's it.
First, you got your clip?
Yeah. And you stayed in my chat for a half hour after I told you that.
Yeah, I actually have 2 really quickly. Can you please play in my folder, Lux?
In my folder, this guy is so full of shit. I'm not going to spend any time. I'm certainly not going to do a dedicated event for Jim Bob. He's not worth my time. My standards are above his personality. By the way, Lux, can you go to folder 16, clip 17A of Jim Bob's stream?
Number 1. Number 1.
Hey, what's up, Erica? Wonderful catch up on live. You're coming in to debate Forrest tonight. No, that's not a debate. Formal debates, okay? Formal debates. You guys setting up a live stream that it's 2 people and me calling in with no moderation, right? No independent moderator, where you control everything, is not a debate. Thanks for quoting it, at least as a debate. What I ask you guys, both of you, is will you debate evolution, you affirm it, and I cross-examine it from the inside? You denied that. You didn't want to do that. That's true. That's fine. If you want to do that, it's not your thing. You do more of like this other approach. Well, Gutsick doesn't really, she can snap back and stuff with some rhetoric or whatever. She's used to being attacked, whatever, you know, but she can handle it. But she's very, I got to admit, she's very jovial about it. Whereas Forrest, I don't get the sense, he seems to be irked and sort of smiling through it. Erica, to her credit, seems wholly unaffected. Like not even partially affected by any of it. She, like, for instance, Erica doesn't really seem to have much of a chip on her shoulder. Now, she has some, you know, from my view, of course, and she thinks this about me, is that she has a dogmatic position on this stuff. And she has some, maybe, if you pressed her, maybe some meta-ethical position on why false beliefs should be corrected, or you should hold to a true belief about the age of the earth or this or that, which is why she doesn't do philosophy. But if she did some philosophy, it would be very difficult for her to defend what she does in any meaningful way. But she doesn't seem irked about it. You know what I mean? She seems kind of like, she's kind of relaxed, honestly. Maybe you're not a debater. That's fine too. No. Forrest crying behind the yeah. Mm-hmm. Gnostic, another $10. Erica Gutsick is working on her PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, but she doesn't want to talk philosophy. You think you need to tell her? I don't know where she would separate the two, Marty, honestly. Because she says she doesn't want to talk about philosophy, but she thinks she's doing science, but she's getting her PhD. So what is it? Where does she separate it? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think they honestly operate from this assumed neutral position, that they think they have a neutral position. Nothing against you for not being a debater.
So, once again, can't stress this enough. Very clearly, we are all on the same...
Chris says, hi, Jim Bob. You said that the color gradient example these evotards use is disanalogous. Can you further explain the point? Well, yeah, there's two things here. The color gradient was bringing up the point that, like, when I ask, how do you know when a clade begins or a new species, ultimately it's the case that it's now itself, it's brand new thing. And they admit they don't really have a standard for this, but then they use the color gradient to say, well, see where blue becomes purple? You see that? It doesn't make sense because, first of all, color doesn't actually change in the gradient. There's nothing that actually changes in the gradient. They're actually assuming a process happens where blue as an identity itself actually changes. There's a moment it actually changes. It doesn't. It never changes. None of the colors actually change. Your observation of frequency relative to, in this case, poles, you observe something, change in frequency, the way in which it hits your eye or whatever, which, by the way, people who are colorblind or have malformed eyeballs, that's not true for them. But the frequency is a frequency. It doesn't change. Nothing changes. But under the evolutionary view, there's a so-called change between categories. There's an actual change between categories that occurs. That's not true for color or language, by the way. They use language too. So no, that's why it's disanalogous.
Same page at this moment. The clip that I played was from the very beginning of this.
You didn't understand the analogy. Yeah, that's not a counter, though. I just told you why it doesn't work. Color doesn't change. They're arguing that the actual things change. That's the argument for evolution. Is that entire universal categories, which are, by the way, nominal, they're not really universal, of an animal or of a thing, changes. And I say, well, how do you know when it changes? To say that it changes is to claim that one thing through time morphs into another through some successive process. That's not true for color at all. They're just arguing, what is it called? Soreit's paradox? They're just trying to cope and say, well, I get to say it objectively changes, but you don't get to ask me how I know that, because otherwise you're arguing for the grain of sand problem or the beard. Well, that's still not analogous. You know why? Because even with a mound of sand, sand doesn't change. Sand doesn't change. It's just more sand. It's just the volume. The beard is the volume. A dark room to a light room. We're still talking about a type of volume change. That's what we're talking about. That's not what the claim is for evolution. It's not about volume. It's about fundamentally the sand itself changing to something, not whether or not there's an amount of sand that becomes a pile. That's not what's in question. The question is that the sand itself, under that analogy, would change into not sand. That's what you're talking about. The nature of something itself.
Stream, the clip that Erica played was from the very end of the stream. We are all on the same page. Nobody owes anybody time or attention. Nobody has to debate. If this just isn't what you're into, that's fine. No judgment. There was a bit in that clip that I just played of like, and so you guys control the conversation. We're going to point out the issue with that here in a minute when we continue on our clip venture here. But and just to be sure, I just want to be very clear, because I'm already getting comments on my Instagram. If it was really so easy, you should just do it. If it was really
look at him coping. His neck is folding all over the place.
No, you could just do it. You could do it. The fact that you won't do it proves that you're scared, as we're going to see Jim Bob reflect here in a minute. But at the outset here, we all agree. You don't want to call in? Don't call in. It's all right. You don't want us? We don't want to debate. We don't have to debate. It's all right. No problem. We're all on the same page.
Well, no, we're not on all the same page, you greasy gecko. You know why? Because once you guys heard my position, you guys stayed in the chat. That's the difference. If I came to your chat and said, hey, let's debate formally, and you said, no, it's not my thing, right? I might shoot you a couple insults in the chat, but I'm not going to sit there begging.
And we won't be for very long. Can I actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and take. So we've got a couple callers here. Let's do one call. But none of our callers are creationists, by the way. None of our callers right now are here to
screener.
Boring.
Later,
See, no one really cares about your call-ins, by the way. If you guys were smart over at the line, you guys honestly do make a good duo. You two, I'll give you that. I'll give you a compliment. You guys do make a good duo. Erica is the grounded one. She's the masculine role. Forrest, you're the feminine one who's more emotional, hand-waving, neck bending, coping, seething, crying, whining, moralizing. Erica's the based one. She's based, rooted. She doesn't move much. You know? She's even keel. You're not. You sound like a hysterical woman from 1920. You also look like a flapper. But the thing is, it would do you guys well to do more focused things like that, like what you did with me. I bet that was one of the more popular, enjoyable streams that you guys do, instead of these low-tier call-ins from low-tier theists and low-tier glazers glazing you guys. Oh, welcome to the line, a call-in show. What is this? What is this, 1970? Get with the times, bro.
Up at the scenes or early hominins.
That makes me I can't subordinate myself to a man. Like I can't obey them. It's my one weakness. So
I did this. Your one weakness. I did this bit one time on TikTok. There was this video going around of this woman. She's like, the most frustrating thing happened to me.
All right.
Women are kind of dumb bitches when you really think about it. Am I right, fellas? Right? Like, shouldn't rights repeal the 19th? You know, these dumb.
Repeal the 19th. Yeah, but also don't give all men the right to vote either. Don't forget. Don't forget.
There's these women with their breasts and their soft skin, and I love them so much. And why won't they pay attention to me?
Please talk to me. Please. It's so lonely. It's
mean.
great.
But we're being mean because I want to be clear. We did not pass the first stone on this one.
No. It was, the bro is going full Fuentes on us. But
what?
Hey, let's.
I do have to acknowledge something, and I actually wrote Erica a email on this. Early on, I did go after Erica, Gutsick Gibbon. And it wasn't wholly the content or the arguments. I was mean. I went after her looks. I crafted Trans Millhouse. That was uncalled for. She didn't throw any rocks at me. I attacked her, right? Having no exchange with her before. And I acknowledged that in an email. Just so you know. So yes, that was wrong. That's not the best tactic. I should attack your positions. If you then show yourself to be a type of person where it warrants me attacking you more personally, great, right? Fine. So I'll admit that.
Let's start with this. So we covered the emails. Lux, will you please play clip number 3 from my folder?
Show the whole thing? You can't even read the whole thing. What do you mean? If you want me to read it, if you want me to read the whole thing, what, you think the whole thing makes you look good? What are you talking about? I don't want to show the whole thing. I'm doing that because I'm doing that for you, not to show the whole thing. It's boring.
So this is us asking him to just show the emails that Erica just proudly showed on the screen.
Yeah, why? Do you understand what entertainment is? Do you think my audience wants to listen to Erica's long-winded email? I could post it. If you want me to post, I generally wouldn't post someone's email, maybe clips of it, but if you think it means anything, I could post the whole thing as a document. It's boring.
And his cope continues with clip number 4. If you'll please play clip number 4, Lux.
How do you manage to look so cowardly when you're fighting me in the chat? It's your show. You should be able to look better than this. Read the whole email. I don't need to read your whole, how many, dude, reading an email sucks. How many characters is this? It's like an essay.
So the fact that he thought those emails were essays tells us a lot about why he believes the silly shit that he does. And this
Nope, that's fallacious reasoning. Do you care about reasoning, Forrest?
continues. There's just 2 more quick clips.
That's fallacious reasoning.
He then actually we're just gonna do the first one.
No one wants to hear an email, dummy. You guys could probably take a hint from a smaller channel like me, who probably has equal to live viewers as you with 192,000 people, certainly bringing in a lot more super chats than you. You should probably learn from people who are actually entertaining of why it would be a bad move to sit and read an email.
First, can I riff on this for a minute? Because
yes,
bro just hit us with, Miss Teacher, does it have to be 500 words exactly? Like when the teacher in high school asked you to write a diminutive essay, like on a very simple concept.
No, the simple concept is this. Will you debate evolution one-on-one, yes or no? I don't need an essay. I don't need an essay of why.
You're like haggling them down because your neurons are straining so much to come up with a number of words. For the record, just for my sanity enjoyers out there, he does, in his defense, have ChatGPT read the first third of the email in the background.
Yes, and that's actually the next part that I wanted to play.
You know why? Because that's at least entertaining. I was like, can it be entertaining? It still wasn't. It still wasn't.
Play, could you please, Lux, play clip number 6 from my folder, please?
My folder, the folder that you said you would spend no time on me.
I'm Taco and Jim Bob. I've taken the liberty here to include Jim Bob in this conversation so he knows what I'm amenable to prior to agreeing to chat. First, for Taco, I'm really always quite flexible with format, and what you've outlined sounds fine. I have a lot of experience just chatting with the audience.
It's not an argument, Valkai. You twerp.
Oh, it isn't? Well, then why are you getting so worked up over it?
Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry. That's actually funny.
ChatGPT doing all the hard work for us. Such a beautiful moment.
How is that a gotcha? That's actually a funny, like, wholesome moment.
Guys, you know what, Forrest? This is on us. What we should have done.
Do you wait? I didn't see this. I didn't see this part. I like tuned into some of this while it was happening because I was like, "Wow, they're really going at it for 7 hours." That's actually funny. Is that like some sort of reflection of my position or something? It's like
For this whole stream is put up Subway Surfer in the bottom.
That's
Maybe
funny.
then we can hold his attention.
He could have followed along.
Because you can watch this guy's eyes darting around. ChatGPT is reading to him, and his brain is like, I cannot focus on these words. It's too boring to me because I don't read books. My attention span has worn away to nothing. I don't know what to say.
What? That doesn't even follow. You have ChatGPT up and it's listening to your voice. And if you don't unclick the thing listening to your voice, when you read another Cope chat from Forrest, then it listens to your voice. It's really simple.
We'll run the temple run on one side and then
Jim Bob would absolutely be obliterated by Forrest. Yeah, notice how they won't debate though, right? So you can imagine that in your head, but what's unfortunate is that your little heroes won't do a debate strictly on evolution under cross-examination. So you can say that all you want, but they're the ones who say no to debating, not me. It's your guys who say no.
Then we'll use like the brain rock. So, all right, so we're going to talk about Darwin's finches. So the Goon Squad rolls up to the Galapagos and like they're breaking down this mutation that's really fire. Like, what do we got to do, man? Have you ever used that tool, PDF, the brain rot? It's so good.
For real.
Oh, man.
Yeah, for real. Like, and I just, I want to be clear. Forrest and I, the reason we scheduled this on a Cause I Wanna is because we're taking a piss a little bit. We're having fun. We're having some fun at Jim Bob's expense here. But that's because I cannot stress enough how many comments and how many emails, at least I've gotten, to debate this guy,
Yeah, and guess what? You didn't, and you said no, right? It's pretty easy. You've gotten all of these comments, and Professor Dave is the same. You got all these comments, and there are PhDs and people who study evolutionary biology who said yes to debating me, and the debates went fine, right? They didn't crumble, right? In fact, the one guy didn't do well. What's his name? The one guy with the Bernie Sanders and everything in the background? He was not prepared. You can tell by the way they're talking about it. This is the most fun they've had. Yeah, that's why I don't want to take it away from them. I honestly think they should do more of this, at least with them two. Out of all of the lineup over at the line, Erica is one of the least offended by things. So that's good. That's like, she's like the best they have. I'll say that. Even Forrest is still doing this like, there's a phobia. List all the phobias, meaningless terms, totally meaningless. But they had fun at least.
And I would like to, for my own sanity, I would like to sort of just put a little bow on the top of this saga so that everybody knows where they stand. If this isn't your kind of thing, if you don't want to watch Forrest and I like dunk on this guy for a couple of hours and take calls in between, don't worry about it. You guys can leave. But when I look at the amount of concurrent viewers, it seems to me like people are enjoying themselves. And we're gonna have actually let me just take a little look-see here. Yeah, this is actually a perfect opportunity for a clip.
That's what it really is. It's when people are out of their lane, and if they're entertaining and you think they're wrong, they're infuriated by the fact that my engagement is so high with people and they're listening, and they're like, what is happening?
That I'd like to play really.
It's because you guys are boring. You're boring.
Quick, Forrest, if
yeah,
that's
please.
Okay.
And again, what makes you guys not boring is having someone on that's not boring. It's not you. You have to field from other people, right? You can't just sit there and make it exciting.
I got one right after.
If you want to start, we can start with yours, but I have one that Lux, can we play clip Z titled No Viewers in my folder?
Show sucks. It's the most boring shit I've ever seen. How many thousands of followers you guys have? It's like a basic live stream with 30,000 subs has more people in the chat than you guys. It's pathetic.
It was so kind of him to put those graphics on the screen like that. It was so cool.
It's true.
All right.
I mean,
admittedly, that one.
Look, you guys have 190,000 followers, and yesterday you had about 1.3, 1.5 in your chat. I literally just demonstrated what I said is true.
Might have been me. In editing this, because I did deny, like I said, I was heckling in this chat yesterday because I knew he wasn't going to show up, and I really don't appreciate having my time wasted, and so I wanted to see what was going on, and was being a little bit of a jackass myself in chat, admittedly.
Good, Erica. We welcomed it. I enjoyed it. I'm glad you did that. Okay, I'm glad, and you knew it. You weren't pretending like Forrest to be some benevolent, good, spirited person. At least that's the difference between you guys. Erica can be honest. I'm being a jackass. I'm being a troll. I'm being provocative. Forrest is like, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy.
I kept it on that view count, especially when he said that, because we got over double the about double that viewership right now.
We have 1.6.
Double the viewership. They just admitted it. That's like, what? Did they just admit that because of this, they doubled the viewership? Interesting. Hold on, let me just hear that back. I don't want to misinterpret this.
Like people are enjoying themselves, and we're gonna have Actually, let me just take a little look see here. Yeah, this is actually a perfect opportunity for a clip that I'd like to play really quick, Forrest. If that's
please.
Okay.
And then I've got one right after.
If you want to start, we can start with yours. But I have one that Lux, can we play clip Z titled "No View"?
Live viewers don't correlate to subs. I know subs are meaningless. That's what I admit that. I say it's meaningless. When it comes down to it, engagement comes down to live viewers and engagement. I agree. But that's why people who perceive high numbers like 92,000 subs, all you have to do is look at their engagement to see the reality. And the reality is I produce more engagement than them. And that infuriates them because I'm focusing on evolution and more people are listening than their passive streams where everyone's just yesing them to death.
Viewers in my folder.
Show sucks. It's the most boring shit I've ever seen. How many thousands of followers you guys have? It's like a basic live stream with 30,000 subs has more people in the chat than you guys. It's pathetic.
It was so kind of him to put those graphics on the screen like that. It was so
And I didn't do that.
cool of him to do that.
All right, admittedly, that one might have been me. In editing this, because I did deny, like I said, I was heckling in this chat yesterday because I knew he wasn't going to show up, and I really don't appreciate having my time wasted, and so I wanted to see what was going on, and was being a little bit of a jackass.
No, Jake. Ad hom. You don't know what ad hom means, Jake. You got to know what you're saying when you say ad hom. Ad hom is when you insult someone in place of an argument. I'm just insulting them. Insults themselves are an ad hom. An insult as a replacement, or an attack on the character as a replacement of an argument that they're wrong because of this, is an ad hom. You don't know what an ad hom is, you junkie. My first super chat after having watched every second of evolution content you've ever released. Needless to say, I love it. Please keep debating this topic. You're the best. Thank you so much. Look at that. Massive $100 super chat from X Park. Take that. Take that, the line. You guys have cheap, suffering, single cat ladies following you. Some of them trying to make a month of OnlyFans pay for their ramen noodles.
Asked myself in chat, admittedly. And I kept it on that view count, especially when he said that, because we got over double about double that viewership right now.
We have 1.6 thousand people at this moment, as far as I know.
Yeah, so, hey, good opportunity. If you like the kind of stuff Forrest that I usually do, and you never want to see us talk about Jim Bob ever again.
Being a creationist is cringe as fuck. Yeah, no arguments. Like, you guys are low IQ animals.
Hit like and then comment and then
seriously.
We will never talk about this guy ever again.
Yeah. You'll never talk about me again, and you will not have any more fun.
If we get enough likes on this, and I will not tell you what that minimum like count is because I want to keep
right. You just jork it up there.
They go about this the wrong way, don't they? They're just so ignorant.
If we could please really quick.
They don't even admit when they have the best time. Oh, look, Forrest and Erica. Another $100. Thank you so much for that. Just because, they say. Just because. Just because.
Quickly, also,
ooh, that's gotta hurt.
I think the last thing that I have about the emails here is that Jim Bob also during his stream made it very apparent that he had never actually even read these emails in the first place. He saw a big,
No.
an essay from Erica.
No, I read it. I read it. I exchanged with Tacos. Why it's irrelevant. You're just a liar, dude.
And then he saw when we both sent in, there were words, and that's a problem. And so...
No, that's just well poisoning.
So, he's never read them. Now, he didn't say that
That's a lie.
out loud, but he did a couple things that lead me to believe...
So you just made a claim, and now you're admitting that you're led to believe something, admitting that what you're claiming, you don't actually know what you're saying, Forrest. You're a greasy gecko.
That he almost certainly never read these emails. Lux, if you could please play clip number 10 for me.
Oh, gosh, it's so bad. It's just
read my
so
email where I
bad.
address the points. No, you just said no in a long way, dude. You guys are just, look, it's easy. You don't want to debate in a formal setting where evolution and its assertions are under cross-examination. Just say it. Direct quote from my email. Although we rarely engage in such behaviors, what behaviors? Muting and tag teaming are valid criticisms against shows like ours. We agree to take those off our table for your benefit. Why am I trusting you?
Do you understand, dude? It doesn't make any sense. For good measure, another $100. You guys, look, it pays to refute lies like evolution. It pays. Holy cow! That is a big super chat. Holy. Okay, we didn't come from fish.
So this is at the point where he's saying, you're just going to mute me. You're just going to you just want to control everything. You're just going to gang up on me. You just want to control everything. And I said, hey, read the part of my email where we addressed exactly what you're saying.
No, you're a liar. You just demonstrated you're willing to lie, you greaseball. Look, I just lied about Jim Bob. I just lied and lied and lied. But look, I'm telling him that what I'm going to do.
And promise not to do those things.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, if it's a lie, how is it that we used to be fish then? Duh.
And then I put up another direct quote, and you can see he wasn't familiar with it at all. What behaviors? What are you talking about? The behaviors that I explained in the email that I sent you a couple of days ago.
Oh my gosh, he's such a woman.
That we are currently all talking
He actually makes the Troons argument more palatable.
about. So, at the end of the day, dude, sight reading. Skim over the whole chat.
Yeah, I skim over your existence, dude.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm perfect.
Who said you're perfect?
I do say it's not hard to find clips of me reading super chats on this channel and stumbling over my words and making a fool of myself. Do it all the time. I get real excited.
Oh gosh, look at it. Oh, I'm so bad. I'm so good that I'm so bad. Me. I couldn't help it. I was talking about Jim Bob, but I couldn't help talk about myself.
Be too fat. I'm a goofy little Jack Russell Terrier of a man. But at the end of the day, if your claim here is that we are trying to control the narrative and dominate the conversation and maintain complete control and not let you talk and not have a formal blah, 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 and you've got emails that we sent you
saying otherwise, then okay, if you're not interested in controlling it, why not agree to a formal debate? That's literally the only difference, dude. Formula, baby? Yeah, I think so. I think so.
saying we recognize this is a concern. We're not going to do that. We just want to chat.
Thank you
We're
so
gonna
much
chat
for that,
forward,
Zeph.
but we want to chat. That's all it had to be. He wouldn't show the emails on the screen. He talked about how they're too hard to read and too...
Oh my gosh, you're so insufferable, man. Goodness.
Concepts and assumptions in science that'll directly hinder any conversation about the data. For example, in one interaction, I saw you take issue with the assumption that fossils represent populations. I can explain to you how we recognize pathology in the fossil record, the rarity of fossilization in general, dramatically reducing the odds that anomalous individuals will preserve, or that in the case of hominins, we have a very rich record that directly confirms...
Okay, already, she's literally trying to debate. She's trying to assert the thing she's trying to debate in the email. She's trying to debate. She's trying to affirm the thing. She's like, wait, are we going to debate? Okay, just so you know, if we're going to debate this, I just want you to know all the things I believe actually occur. Okay, well, no, that's the thing I'm cross-examining, lady.
Literally just explaining what they're talking about. That's it. And he also does this thing. There's one bit, if you go watch the stream, which I don't recommend you do for the sake of your sanity and giving this person views, but please feel...
Oh, it's the views.
...free to fact check us. If you think we're taking these things out of context or that we're deliberately trying to make him look bad, please feel free to go watch. It's his most recent stream. No, not his most recent stream. It's one he did yesterday about Planet Peterson, and it's about the last hour of the stream. It shouldn't be hard to see. You can watch that whole thing.
You'll notice that in any of the clips that I'm showing, if I jump around and obviously we don't note the timestamp for specific clips, and that's because we pull these into Premiere and edit them then. But anytime I've removed context, and stitched two clips together, I just say so, right? I want full...
Oh my gosh, you guys are so honest and so truthful.
Bob buddy to help you in the conversation.
Yep.
What it is, what it is.
Yep. with that, we've got, holy crap, so much more from this dude. One thing
They mad.
that well, actually, let's go ahead and do a call first, and then we'll jump back into
Oh, yeah, let's do the boring thing.
this, because I want to get into the parts where we talk about, like, his question over and over in the thing is, like, how can you prove that natural selection is a thing, or that it's happened, or when it isn't happening?
No. That's one thing. That's not the core. In fact, natural selection I see more of as the, I'll use this analogy again. Natural selection is more of the quality control that's dictated by the external world, ecology, other animals, predators, whatnot, right? Okay? No, we're not. I'm not even letting you get there, Forrest. I'll demonstrate in this. I actually have the time code. Toward the end, they finally try to answer my question after they tire their audience out, right? When they're all done listening. The question comes up, how does random mutations produce highly specialized functioning apparatuses and tools with no real purpose, but they execute amazing commands that do things in the body? How does random mutations produce those things like a factory does? How does that happen? Right? And you'll notice, I actually have the time code. We'll get to it. We'll also get to their really funny montage of my insults. It's so funny.
That's a big question that he has several times, and he thinks it's a difficult question. He also has some usual trans questions because he thinks that he makes sense there.
Oh, man, you guys are in for a treat. He says, he thinks that's a difficult question. Wait until you hear his answer to the question. How does random mutation, as the mechanism, produce these things? You guys are in for a real treat.
He asks questions about trans people that are on the level of, why are there still monkeys if humans came from monkeys? It's that kind of...
No, that's well poisoning. I asked a very specific question that you couldn't answer on the stream, which is, if female sex is different than gender, woman, can a female sex be a trans woman? Now, if woman and trans woman are both constructs, then there's no reason why a female couldn't declare herself to be a trans woman, being that it's a construct.
Kind of shit.
He does.
So
he also asks about how you get complicated structures. Like, how can you get organ systems from accidents? Is to summarize.
Going over not their whole stream. No, I'm kind of skipping through.
Steel man, what he's saying. And, like, that's a fine question to ask. I don't know why he wouldn't come on here and ask it to us. Because, like, we're being well, I'll speak for myself again. I'm being an asshole to Jim Bob on the show, and I will continue to be. But I can be polite and cordial. If he comes up, even though he said some absolutely foul things about me in the past, I can have a conversation with a jackass just fine. I can be polite. But hey.
These ninjas will never have a formal debate. I could swim in the pool formed by lies pouring out of their mouths, but it wouldn't cause such a poisonous pool. I agree. I think there's certain groups of these people. Now, I'll give the other people credit, right? I forgot his name. The doctor guy I debated, who was this progressive dude, he wasn't ready. Based on some of the footage I've seen from this Ron Barrett guy who's coming up this Saturday, he's not ready. Based on what I've seen, he's not ready. I watched a debate with him and Kent Hovind, and it's not even that Hovind did good.
Hey, speaking of jackasses, can I have a request for our next call?
Yeah.
I would really like to talk to Matthew, pronouns he, him, from Oklahoma.
Me too.
Wants to talk about the FOID, which is short for femoid epidemic, entitlement epidemic. So we got a Jim Bob fan in the chat. I want to talk to the Jim Bob fan.
Matthew, you're on the line with Forrest and Erica. How you doing today?
Doing great today, Forrest and Erica.
Right
Thanks,
on.
Matthew. Tell us about the FOID epidemic, dude.
Oh, absolutely. You see, the thing is, everyone, like a lot of the people call it the male loneliness epidemic, but I prefer to call it the FOID entitlement epidemic because it's an over-exaggeration of the values of individuals who fall within the range of average, just like everyone else is on the bell curve, but overestimate how much they're actually valued, and they decide that means that they can get this millionaire guy with a six-pack and is 6'5", and decide that, oh well, this is the life I deserve, even though nothing about them is inherently
One more
special,
chat, y'all. 4 minutes.
as opposed to a millionaire.
Sure. So what's the fundamental difference? So what's the fundamental difference between that and when some incel on the dregs of 4chan with a fedora and a neckbeard dreams that he will someday date a supermodel who just lactates money and just is all about worship?
Thing is true, and I can understand why it's frustrating. And I think what's going to end up happening, what I hope ends up happening, is that men, just like women,
Abby. Thank you,
just
Abby.
ratchet up their standards, right? That everybody ratchets up.
Men, just like women, ratchet up their standards. You mean the thing that you just claimed in this stream were totally constructions of society, right? They're just constructs, right? Men and women, but she's saying, making claims about what men and women should do.
Up their standards so that we all force each other to do better and be sort of the best versions of ourselves that we can be. I think the alternative is you expect women to lower their standards.
And why? Why should we be the best versions? Should we, I don't know, through the evolutionary view, reproduce? And if that's the case, should we, I don't know, seek partners that are capable, at least in the category, capable of reproducing? Meaning that there's a binary that we're chasing? Oh, no, none of that.
Then not only does that make them unhappier, but it makes men worse. And I don't think that that's a great outcome for anybody or for society.
Oh,
does that make sense, that perspective?
That's great. I thought you didn't do philosophy.
Split second where your monkey brain decides whether or not you this, and it's really complicated.
That these men create, and I hate to be this way, but when it comes to people like Fuentes, I do put the word men in quotations here. The business model that these men operate.
I thought man is a construct. What do you mean? Well, I thought it was a construct. How could you put it in quotations?
Is not to give you a solution, Matthew. It is to keep you hurt. What they do is they look for lonely, scared, directionless men, young men, who don't know what their place is in this world and don't have anybody to snuggle at night. And they don't tell you how to make friends. They don't tell you how to respect people. They don't tell you how to be a better person. They don't tell you what to read, what to study, what to learn, how to grow. None of that. They keep you hurt. They keep you angry. They load you up with this rhetoric that you're giving us here today, which drives women away and insults them and belittles them and degrades them and makes them out to be these, the word you used, entitled people for just wanting the same kind of things that anybody else does. And then you keep crawling back because you feel justified in that pain. That they told you, oh, these females, they're so terrible, they're gonna reject you, and then you act like them, and yeah, you get rejected, and then you say, oh, they're right. What happened? Oh my God,
Oh, Forrest.
At the end of the day, dude, their business model. Just think about it for a second. How do you feel when you watch their videos? How do you feel when you internalize any part of their
feelings?
Advice? Do you feel better? Or do you feel self-righteous and indignant and more alone than you've ever fucking felt? That's all they have. They have bitterness, and they have anger, and they have selfishness, and they have hate, and they have stupidity, and they're selling it to you. And if you can't see the product, brother, you are the product. Keeping you upset, keeping you angry, keeping you hurt, keeping you lonely, keeping you scared, keeping you isolated, keeping you misogynistic and shitty
Oprah.
is their fucking business model, bro. And you're falling into it. And let me tell you, you're at the age that they're looking for. 21 years old, that is the prime age for what they're talking about. My love, honey bear, she poked her head in here a second ago. I called my wife for a second, and I asked if she wanted to, speak up on any of this. And what did you say?
Oh, would you like to speak up, wife? What? Hey, wife, I don't want to speak on your behalf.
It's okay. You don't have to use your voice if you don't want to.
You don't have to use your voice if you don't want to. Hey, listen, wife, you don't have to use your voice if you don't want to. You don't have to use your voice. Oh, gosh. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. Hey, honey bear. Hey, honey doo. Hey, bookie boopy. Hey, bloopy boppy. Hey, honey bunny bunny. Oh, sorry. I was just doing a very big rant. Hi, honey bear.
Course, we
Give
can't
me 2
hear.
seconds here. I know. I'm going to repeat what she said. Give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry. I know this is dead air.
No. I wasn't saying she needed to speak up. I was just saying you need to translate if she doesn't. Because I know this. I know Amber gives choice advice is the thing.
This is hilarious.
She said, and correct me.
She said, and correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to misinterpret you, honey berry bing bomb. Honey bunny, honey.
I'm going to try to summarize what she said. She said that she is so choosy because her mother begged her to be choosy. Because her mother and her grandmother did not have the ability to be choosy. And the partner that you choose is one of the biggest choices in your entire life. And they didn't get that choice. And that because she got the chance to make that choice, her life is so much better. Is that what you said? Something like that?
Holy shit.
You would rather be...
Is this real? Wait, is this real life? Is this real life? Bingy boom? Oh, we bing bong. He's definitely, I don't know. Dude, this is wild. I mean, this just if I had known this was coming, I would have maybe muted it just so it didn't petrify all the ovaries in the chat.
You would rather be alone forever and happy than settling and unhappy, which is what I brought up earlier, yeah. You don't owe anybody your life. That's what you just said. I don't owe anybody my life. I love you so fucking much.
Oh gosh, it's just so bad. Hey, honey munchkin, can I have permission to talk on another woman? Hey, honey busker.
So that's what I want you to think about here, Matthew, is
why should we listen to you? What do you mean? Why would Matthew listen to you?
You are falling victim to a business model that is here to make you see women as others and treat them mentally differently than you would treat yourself. And to
why does he talk to his wife like a child? Yeah. Would you like to say a little couple of words from the bedroom? Little bunny bunchkin, mumby munchkin? My little honey bear peeking her head through. I thought he was talking to a dog. Oh, my little honey badger was poking her little nose through.
Then blame them for the situation that you created for your own life.
No wonder this guy won't debate. Dude, his moralizing, his subjective nonsense, progressive, secular shitstorm of a system would be completely ripped apart so fast.
Does this mean that you're going to go out tomorrow and be like, all right, I'm going to stop listening to Nick Fuentes and I'm going to get my dick wet tomorrow and find my one true love tomorrow? No, of course fucking not. You got to go out there and shop around. And like Erica said, dating is horrible. Not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not extremely lucky for going to one particular Halloween party that landed me this fucking goddess. But like at the end.
Landed me this goddess. Oh boy. Oh boy. He is creepy. He is really, definitely creepy, for sure.
At the end of the day, I think that you are being taken advantage of, and I think you deserve better than that.
I think it's important.
You deserve it, and by golly, you deserve it.
To co-sign everything that Forrest and Amber just said, but I'm going to add to it as well that.
I bet he is. I bet his whole system is super polyamorous. I bet the whole thing is.
Ask yourself when you're watching these people who are peddling you this idea, this sort of conception of women. Are they happy? Are they married? Do they have a family that they love and that loves them? Right?
Did Nick Fuentes just say that he has never even had sex before? Yeah, why, bro?
yeah, and I don't know. I mean, it sounds cliche, but for some people, it truly is the life, and they're really into, never settling down and just like touting around their whole lives. And if that's their jam, whatever. But I think it's fair to say that most people, they don't just want sex with somebody. They want a relationship. They want a partner, a wife, or a husband or a significant other of some sort who they can lay down with at night and face the world with in the morning. That's not somebody that you want to trick into being with you or that you want to barter, that you want to sort of hold captive with your resources. You want to marry your best friend. You want to marry somebody or just stay with long term, somebody who you love to take the world on with, who makes you better, right? I mean, I think about life without my husband, and I think I would be a worse person by every metric, right? He makes me better. It sounds stupid and like.
I feel like this is beyond parody. It is. It is beyond parody.
Lame, but there's a reason people say, like, find somebody that completes you, that makes you feel whole. And that's not the kind of person that you find using, like, dating strategies, right?
Listen to us for a long time. What do you think?
So,
dude, they just both barfed on him so much of their own views. They barfed all of their dogma onto him. They both did. They both, as if like it was a TED Talk and they got to do like a tag team TED Talk. They barfed on Matthew here.
I guess what I'll say is that I think that because I like to think of myself, I like to think of myself logical, and I want to approach this really change.
These
and
whatever months ago.
All right.
People and like use these kinds of insults and then like expect anything other than politeness, but for the sake of functionality. Right? Like if you came on here, we would be polite to you, but we don't like you because you're a jerk and you've said really mean things about us and also other people and also every group that isn't
mean things. Excuse me.
Your group, which is kind of crazy. So it's like this is all of the clip compilation that you just saw. All of that is prior to the very first invitation that I got, at least to debate this guy, which is why I'm coming in hot. Because I think
if you want to know why, like this is the end of the arch. Right? Like we said at the very beginning, we should.
Hey, marry your best friend. You described your spouse as a puppy.
Dude, all those
literally.
Of him saying that it's totally reasonable to not debate. If that's just not your vibe, if that's not what you want to do, the first clip I played was him saying, if you're just not in debate, maybe you're just not a debater. That's just not how you like.
Yeah, that's true. When I say that, I expect you to leave my chat because you understand.
To talk no problem. That's totally fine, right? If you want to know why we're going hard on him right now and why we're chastising him and castigating him for not calling into the show, and we could, and I even said, you have on record me saying all you had to say was no thanks, and I wouldn't have made it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Well, it's amazing. This guy is such a greasy gecko. He's so slimy and shiny. That's what I'm not interested in going on to that show means. That's no. Do you know what no means no? We actually made a meme while you were there, Forrest. You weird creep. Of you continuing to be in the chat after hearing me say no. All you had to do is say no in the way that I needed it said. It didn't sound like no to me, even though everything you said was no, I'm not calling into the line, I want to debate. All you had to do is say no. That's what I did. I said no a million times and said no because I want to debate.
Made a big deal about it. It's because he has a double standard for these sorts of things. Lux, could we please play number 34?
You freak. Real talk, this has been fun, but your mods are saying I have to give you money to keep... No, you don't. You don't. I'll still look at your comments. But, Valkai, before you go, can you just give a brief answer to why you wouldn't do a formal debate on a neutral platform that's not mine or yours? Can you tell me the answer to that question? Because I have an answer of why I won't go on your setup in this under the circumstances. But you should at least, you don't have to, but you should at least tell me in the face of an invitation, why would you not agree to a formal debate about evolution? It's because it's simply not the way I prefer to have these kinds of discussions. I find they're often unproductive, and I don't have time for that sort of thing in my schedule. That is a cope and a half. Holy crap. That is a cope, and I'll tell you why. There's nothing he's actually pointing to that is a threshold breaker between a call-in and a show, where I do have one. That's why it's a cope. Now, is he going to acknowledge this? The reason why this is a cope, Forrest, and my audience is smart enough to know this without me telling them, is it's all your preference. But you prefer I call in, right? So what's the difference? What's the difference ultimately between doing a call-in?
His wife's profundity amounts to every feminist trope ever spoken. Notice how the gal on stream with him is bossing him around as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, totally. He's so submissive. He's a total sub. Rap, man. What a cope and a half. That is like the weakest shit I've ever seen in my life.
So, just to be clear...
He's so mad. Yeah, watch him freak out. Watch.
He started this conversation by acknowledging, as we all did, that it's okay just not to be fucking interested in the format, in the discussion, and whatever. I said...
No, but I didn't ask if you're not interested, dummy. I asked what's the distinction, and you didn't answer it. It's just a preference. It's arbitrary. There's no difference between a debate and a call-in from your view. That's the point, dummy. You're too dumb to understand the question. What's the distinction between a call-in from your view, which you're totally open to, and a debate? What's the difference? Why one versus the other? Well, I just prefer it. There's not a reason. It's just a preference. Okay.
From the outset, I don't know if we already played the clip or not.
Then why are you still in my chat?
Where I said, hey, man, no one's making you call in. It's okay if you just don't want to. And I know I played the...
So boring that you said this. What is
I get that, but at least being able to articulate...
Okay, I want to get to... There's more here I'll come back to, but I just wanted to get to this because I wanted to show you guys, because this is fun to look at that, dude. Every freeze frame counts. All right. At 5:10, I think it is, they finally, after 5 hours, you guys, 5 hours it took for these guys to tear into me, right? And basically tire their audience out so that when the key question that I'm asking comes up, where they're finally ready to talk about it, it's pushed so far into the future, 5 hours into the future, that this is his answer. Let me see if I can get this. I'll come back to where it was, but...
So they're going to be like, you know what they're going to be like? They're going to see what I'm...
The question is, how does random mutation produce a factory, right? That gives you...
Notice how people say, is what women call logic. His name is Malachi. Now I have to rename my dog. Damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you do have to rename your dog now. Sorry about that. So the big question that they saved, right, for 5 hours later, after their audience is tired, not going to properly examine his answer, is how does random mutation, mechanistically random mutation, produce over time highly effective mechanisms that do tasks in the body?
I'm saying, and they're going to say it was a different time. You need to understand. She was a product of her time.
She didn't understand.
She didn't get
understand.
What?
Anyway,
what if this is like a Rocco's Basilisk situation, and like they know that you're talking smack about them?
That's sticking around because what's the harm? A lot of the time, it's slow to go in that way.
Slow.
Very cool. Sorry, what was the clip you wanted?
Let's do O. Are humans still under natural selection? From mine.
Okay, this is one part they admit. And I'm a high school student for now. Okay, douchebag. I'm a little high schooler. Hey, Valkai, can you tell me how you determine whether or not human beings are subject to natural selection anymore or not? How can you tell that? Now, just keep in mind, he said it's basic algebra. That doesn't tell me how you determine it. I'm a high school student.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. What?
I think it would be.
He's getting nervous now. You weren't listening? I asked, how do you determine? How do you determine it, right? It's a fair question, right? Oh, I wasn't listening. It's a fair question, right?
Great to have. I'm a high school student in Jim Bob's voice on the soundboard. That just seems like it's one of those things that isn't incriminating, but it sure sounds incriminating.
I'm keeping
I
this
know the
one,
mechanisms.
and I'm definitely keeping this one.
I do encourage people to call in.
That one's going to be on my soundboard for the rest of my fucking career on the line, let me tell you.
Jim Bob, you've been immortalized. Congratulations. I was going to say something at some point in the show where I was like, and then we're never going to talk about him again. No, I'll probably still make fun of him. Yeah, I don't like it, so I'm probably still going to bring it up.
Low-hanging fruit is fun from time to time.
So
Nothing wrong with
what Jim Bob has just asked here is a combination of our previous two lessons, our previous two calls. How do you tell when natural selection is acting, and how do you tell if it's acting on humans? Are humans still evolving? Are we still under natural selection? We can test whether or not humans are under natural selection or not using our basic equations and basic calculus.
Nope. That's not an answer. Calculus and equations are tools to describe. We're asking for the methodology for what you're describing. They always conflate this for some reason. They think science is math is explanatory. It's not. They fundamentally don't know what a criterion is. A set of criteria. A criterion is, because that's what I'm asking for.
And we can tell whether or not this is happening phenotypically by looking at us. And in some
No, that doesn't tell me how. By looking at it. Okay, so you listed two things: math, algebra, and looking at something. How do you know by looking at it and math? You know something's under this judging arm of natural selection.
And I are very, very close, but my duty to lead her is more important than her having warm, fuzzy feelings towards me.
Yeah.
When she says this, most women stop talking to her.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate.
In ways it is, and in most ways it isn't. Summary answer.
That doesn't, dude, it's amazing how they don't answer this question. Feigning not to understand what a hypothetical is relevant is so cucked. Yep. Josiah Eliron, 10 buckaroonies. He says, Jim Bob, I feel like I need to shower after enduring Forrest smug. He's so smug and greasy. He doesn't look healthy either. He fundamentally looks unhealthy. Like, I don't know what he's doing. He's probably, they probably don't have kids. He's probably still does party. Like, who knows? But he doesn't look healthy.
Answer. See previous two calls in depth. But I think at this point, what do you say? Do we want to get into the big deal? How do you evolve new structures,
No, see what I'm saying? I would ask this online, right? If they had me call in, I would ask this question, and her answer was insufficient. How? That's methodology. How? Her answer, you look at things and algebra. And then you know what they would say? Well, you just don't understand algebra, right? You don't know what we're saying. Yeah, I'm pretending I don't understand what you're saying. Hence the 7th grade hypothetical. I'm hypothetically a 7th grader. How does just looking at something get you to a position where you know epistemically something's no longer under natural selection? Do you guys in the chat, even you atheists who want to be honest, do you think that was an answer to the question? And notice they just skip right past it. If you watch this, Erica, you skipped right past it. In the chat, you gave me this other equilibrium, which is a descriptive thing. And looking into that, lo and behold, that's something that's describing that they're already looking at when natural selection is no longer the case. It doesn't tell me how you know this. They don't want to answer this.
I don't have to pay Jim Bob for him to read my chats live. I just do it because I know he's as poor as he's ugly.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
organs, things of that nature.
Can you please run from mine down near the bottom? There's one called Evo Devo. Would you mind running that clip for me, please, Alexander?
How does random mutation produce appendages that are functional, hyperfunctional, 100% functional toward tasks randomly through random mutation? How does it produce it mechanically? How does that happen? You say random mutation. Yeah. Random mutation is one of the mechanisms. Even all 4 mechanisms. You have to explain how any of those mechanisms, chronologically, like an assembly line in a factory, how does it produce it? How does it make highly specialized functional mechanisms?
So what Jim Bob fundamentally doesn't understand here.
See, always I don't understand something. You creepy greaseball. You see, well, totally a fair question to ask. And instead of steel manning his question in trying to understand from his view what he's asking specifically, I'm going to just go ahead and say, Jim Bob, what he fundamentally doesn't understand here is, dude, you're scum. You're scum.
New structures, new organs, things of that nature.
Yeah. Can you please run from mine down near the bottom? There's one called Evo Devo.
It's such a good question.
Would you mind running that clip for me, please, Alexander?
How does random mutation produce appendages that are functional, hyperfunctional, 100% functional toward tasks randomly through random mutation? How does it produce it mechanically?
Exactly.
How does that happen? You say random mutation. Yeah. Random mutation is one of the mechanisms. Even all 4 mechanisms. You have to explain how any of those mechanisms, chronologically, like an assembly line in a factory, how does it produce it? How does it make highly specialized functional mechanisms?
So what Jim Bob fundamentally doesn't understand here is the concept of like genomics and like the different parts of the genome.
See, watch him do this. I'm going to let him say the whole thing without interrupting, okay? Just so you guys understand it. In fact, I'm going to I won't kill you guys by putting it at slower speed, but I want you guys to hear this at least normal speed. Because everyone in the chat right now, how many people we got here, everyone just heard my question, right? Very clear question. Concise, eloquent, right to the point, the question, right? Now watch. Watch what he does. I won't even poison the well. Watch what he does to this question.
And what they do. So we're skipping over, like, he mentioned random mutation, and you see this misunderstanding over and over, where he thinks that entire organs are the response, are come from a single mutation.
Well, I'll interrupt there. No, nobody said that, you creepy, greasy gecko. Nobody said that. I never said that. Random mutation, generally speaking, that means plural. Random mutation, that process. I never said a single random mutation. You lying, greasy gecko. Just want to correct that, because I don't want the lie to go. No one said that. You're a liar. You're demonstrably a liar.
And that they just emerge from whole cloth across an entire population all at once. But even just setting aside, like, we don't have to worry about, which is 4 mechanisms. We don't have to worry about genetic drift with this one. We don't have to worry about gene flow with this one. We can even just set aside for a second natural selection and just talk about what mutation is and what it looks like.
Yeah. Watch this non-answer. Watch this.
Right? It's important to remember that genes do stuff.
Wow. What a science communicator. It's important to remember, kids, genes do stuff. If I say it like I'm at a Tonka truck competition, maybe I won't have to explain that.
And they don't do stuff all at once. And they don't all do the same thing. And they don't all do the same stuff in the same tissues. Remember, Jim Bob, that you have the same DNA in almost every single cell in your body. That means that the DNA in your eyeballs is the same as the DNA in your bones. So why aren't your bones made of eyeballs and why aren't your eyeballs made of bones? It's because there are mechanisms in place that allow certain genes to be activated at different times in different tissues under different...
Anybody answer yet? Anybody?
Different circumstances in response to different stimuli. We can get into it if you want.
We can get into it if you want. Yeah, that's what the question is, Forrest. That's what the question was. Me asking you, explain. I already granted you that genes do stuff. I already granted that. Genes do stuff. Cool, yeah, genes. They instruct behavior. They do stuff. Cool. How does random mutation produce hyper-specialized mechanisms that do very specific tasks in the body.
But that's a whole other conversation. What's important now is that there are different types of genes, right?
He's obfuscating, he's gaslighting his own audience, by the way. The entire thing is a gaslighting technique to his own audience. He's saying what things are. Do you know that what things are? If I said what a clock is, what is a clock? And what is a clock? And what does it do is a different question than how does a clock work? If I had explained what a car is and what it does, what do cars do? Well, Jim Bob, first, ladies and gentlemen, first, we have to explain and really get down to the core of what an engine is and what a car is. Genes do stuff.
Some of these genes are just general housekeeping genes in every single cell. Some of them are supercell specific genes. Some of them, though, are developmental genes. Genes that play a part in the development of an organism. And
he's just asserting the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking, buddy.
Some of those are what we call homeobox genes, and within the homeobox genes, we have a subset called Hox genes. And what we can do is we can narrow down and down and down and down until we get to this is the gene that puts this chemical marker right here, and that's where you're going to grow a goddamn arm.
Yeah, that's assuming you come from a population that already has an arm. You greaseball gecko. Every time, you guys, grant me a population that has an arm, and then I'll talk about how genes dictate the development of the already existing arm from which the embryo is a population of. This is why it's so crucial to ask these people these questions, because Forrest, one of the more confident evotards in the cult, when you press him on this, and by the way, I'm not opposed to anyone else calling in the line, but you guys could wreck him on this, right? You just ask him this simple question, and he's going to obfuscate with his little gecko hands. He's going to obfuscate, and he's going to grant the thing. Nice. Why is he talking about genes when he clearly lets his wife wear them? The genes, they do stuff. Abby, you got it. You passed the test. We all passed evolutionary biology class. Genes do stuff. These guys are following your dotted circle analogy perfectly. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I love my own audience. You guys are not dumb. You're catching these things. You don't need me to catch these things. Listen to what he said.
Circumstances in response to different stimuli. We can get into it if you want.
And he thinks by adding GD to accentuate an arm means anything. Oh, a GD arm.
But that's a whole other conversation. What's important now is that there are different types of genes, right? Some of these genes are just general housekeeping genes in every single cell. Some of them are supercell specific genes. Some of them, though, are developmental genes. Genes.
He cursed for emphasis and did the acrylic. Yeah, he did the acrylic girl peck. He's such a woman. The genes that agree with me. Yep.
That play a part in the development of an organism. And some of those are what we call homeobox genes. And within the homeobox genes, we have a subset called Hox genes. And what we can do is we can narrow down and down and down and down until we get to this is the gene that puts this chemical marker right here, and that's where you're going to grow a goddamn arm.
See what I'm saying? Right there, he exposed himself so bad.
Happy birthday to me.
Thank you.
Almost 1 year of catechesis and we are eligible
Beautiful.
for baptism.
Beautiful.
So after our third comes in April, we'll dunk the whole family in the spring. Absolutely nothing to do with you ortho bros. All glory to God.
Absolutely. Thank you for telling me that. That's beautiful. Ah, speaking of, there's some stickers sold right there. Nice. Says
Happy
the same.
birthday to me. Almost 1 year of catechesis and we are eligible for baptism. So after our third comes in April, we'll dunk the whole family in the spring. Absolutely nothing to do with you ortho bros. All glory to God.
Glory to God. It's amazing. All right, so you notice what he said so far, right? Well, there's a GD arm that's going to grow. Yeah, that's what's in question, Forrest. That's what's in question. If there's a marker for where an arm's going to grow, that means the body plan for an arm growing already exists. You just refuted your entire random mutation process. It's not random if there's a marker for where the arm's going to grow. Is there a wrong place the arm grows, Forrest? This is why you ask these people, like Professor Dave, is there anything erroneous in the process of biology? Can an arm truly objectively be in the wrong place? Well, that can't be the case if there's a body plan for an arm. If there's an IKEA map for where the arm goes. If there's an engineering schema for bodies. You can't have a wrong place for an arm. Now, let's see if I know I already saw this, but let's see how far he goes away from answering the question, truly.
And if it's this allele of the gene, then it's going to be an arm type thing. And if it's that allele of the gene, then it's going to be a wing type thing. Again, we're still not going all the way down to the very bottom level here, but this is where you ask the questions. This is where...
No, that's not where I asked the question at all. Not even a little bit, you greasy gecko.
We're going to be, right? And so if I modify, say, like a gene for bone density, a gene for skin coloration, a gene for the...
Nope, you didn't get skin yet. You didn't get coloration of skin yet. That's an appendage. It really is. It really is easier. It's easier than you think. Now, they try to drown you in terms, right? They'll come up with some, technical chemical term, and if you're like lost on it, they're like, you have no idea. But they can't answer these basic questions. So even the dumbest 7th grader could ask this question, and there's no way. Look at him looking for the answers everywhere, but we don't know. Everywhere, but we don't know. Totally dancing.
The length of how your arm grows, anything like that, that's going to be a very different gambit than if I just modify the fundamental gene of what an arm is, what it looks like, where it grows. I'm trying to remember these terms because it's been a long time and I didn't actually expect to talk about this today. We kind of decided on a couple of these things right before the stream started. But
you're not answering a single thing, greaseball.
You've got 4 different...
Buddy, we literally need terms in order... Well, terms are not literal, by the way. To describe things in science. Just because that offends you doesn't mean it's not true. Yeah, you're still not answering the question. You don't even know what I asked here. You guys are so lost. You don't even know the question that I asked him. They can't. Yeah, that's how lost they are. They can't even understand the questions.
Different parts of...
I'm like, how does random mutation as a mechanism produce the arm? He says, well, there's these things called genes, and the gene marker tells you where a GD arm's going to grow. Yeah. How'd you get the arm? How'd you get the arm and the game plan for growing an arm?
When we talk about evolutionary developmental biology, that is when a structure grows, where a structure grows. Oh, I had this memorized. Give me 2 seconds. I've got it written
It doesn't matter what you memorized. You're not answering the question.
down right here. Damn it.
Where and look, this is how easy it is for these people. That's why he doesn't want to debate. He'd be in such shit, dude, if he debated me on this, because I would press him on this and demonstrate that no matter what he says, the way in which he's talking about the thing in question, in this case, an arm, he's saying where something grows, when something grows. That's a schema. That's like a programming system that says, like, if you're making a video game, when does the enemy animation happen? If the enemy animation happens at the wrong time, then you collapse the gameplay, right? It's all messed up. So when something happens, right? When does this development happen? Is all triggered by existing information that's informing how it happens. Look at the monarch butterfly. It's amazing. The more you look at the monarch butterfly and you watch what's actually occurring inside this metamorphosis, the coding for it has to precede the actualizing of it, right? And so this is an argument that goes against the evolutionary view that anything's random to begin with. But it certainly doesn't tell you how over time an arm grows inside of a population that doesn't have an arm. He's just saying, well, yeah, duh. A population with an arm, if you look at the embryonic development, there's a certain time that certain genes trigger the unfolding of the development of said thing, right? Yeah, that's a body plan system. We're not talking about an existing thing with an arm and when it develops an arm at all. He somehow got Dexter's shirt from Forever 21.
Look, what a fool I am! I don't remember these terms.
Clipped, destroyed, evolution destroyed, creation.
You see, they're so low tier that if that happened to me, they would sort of focus in on it. I'm not focusing in on the fact he doesn't remember this.
When common creation W.
I'm gonna common creation W. I will take some time.
Now that's a stream deck asset
to try to find, because I've got it in one of my old textbooks here, and there's these really great terms that he uses, and I want to use them. But the point is, like, every part of what this limb is all comes down to like these single tiny mutations. Think about if you were to draw.
Nope. That's question begging, Forrest. He's saying what this arm is and what it does comes down to the mutations. Well, no, now you're contradicting yourself. You're saying, you just said just before, dude, that the DNA has a proper place and time to then hit the development button for an arm. That means the arm already existed. That means an arm existed. That whatever animal this is, with these markers triggering the unfolding events of an arm developing and growing, it means the body plan for having an arm already exists. And now he's going back into and obfuscating and talking about random mutations. No, everything you said up to this point wasn't random at all. You just said there's a specific marker and a specific place and time to trigger the unfolding development of a said apparatus. And now you're going back against what you just said.
An angle on a piece of paper, right? An angle of limited degree, and then spread that out farther and.
You think atheists are worse than Muslims? It's a similar thing, Giovanni. Honestly, at a worldview level, it's pretty close.
Farther and farther, right? The tiny 1 degree change at the beginning of the angle makes a bigger and bigger difference.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna use math? This is crazy. Look at this. From an engineering perspective, if you build, I was a carpenter. I built houses, multiple houses in my late teens and early 20s. And if you're off in building a house, engineering wise, by even 1/8 of an inch at the base, right? Whether it's the foundation or the framing, right? If you're off, that exponentially increases error. This is an argument from error.
I don't idolize actors or celebrities, but one of my favorites died at 95 yesterday, Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall died?
He always played principled masculine men.
Yeah, he was in Godfather. This is his first role ever, I think, Godfather. It's very surprising. I think that's true. And then he did that fun, what was it, a Pentecostally Southern preacher guy? I should probably grab some clips. Rest in peace, Robert Duvall. Prayers for Robert Duvall. What was he saying? Oh, yeah. So he's arguing things are drastically different, but that's assuming there's no target, right? That's a problem, okay? My question, Forrest, which you didn't even come close to answering yet, you greaseball gecko, is how does random mutation produce untargeted, highly specialized systems that do things? His argument is, well, if you're off with an angle, then the extrapolation of that being off, that's assuming there's such a thing as off, dude. You're literally walking into my argument against you. That's assuming anything's off. How do you know something's off? They have no idea, dude. Listen to what he's saying.
what it looks like, where it grows. I'm trying to remember these terms because it's been a long time and I didn't actually expect to talk about this today. We kind of decided on a couple of these things right before the stream started. But you've got four different parts of when we talk about evolutionary developmental biology. That is when a structure grows, where a structure grows.
See what I'm saying? He's actually arguing for a correct place and time for these things, which goes against his fundamental paradigm. This is crazy. I think your debates with the atheists shows the evo of the education system. They learn how to remember stuff, but they don't learn how to question or actually understand stuff. Yes, that's right. The irony is that they think Christians are the ones under indoctrination without any questioning. They're so cooked.
This memorized. Give me 2 seconds. I've got it written down right here. Damn it. Look what a fool I am. I don't remember these terms.
Clipped, destroyed, evolution destroyed, creation win, common creation W.
I'm gonna common creation W.
Hearing atheists explain themselves and how they carry themselves makes me more Christian. I've really only met intelligent Catholics, Orthos, and the occasional Lutheran, not a Protestant overall. I mean, I've talked to some. I'll grant some people like Colossus. You know, the guy, maybe if we get to it, I'll review, who did this philosophical, he actually properly steel-manned my argument.
I will take some time to try to find, because I've got it in one of my old textbooks here, and there's the really great terms that he uses.
Great terms he
fun
uses.
Watching Jim Bob kick in the door on the Avatar Clubhouse.
It's great. It is. It's quite fun.
I want to use them. But the point is, like, every part of what this limb is all comes down to, like, these single tiny mutations. Think about it.
Yeah. You're granting yourself the limb. Everything that a limb is comes down to pre-existing information that tells it to grow. But now you're saying random mutations.
If you were to draw an angle on a piece of paper, right? An angle of limited degree, and then spread that out farther and farther and farther, right? The tiny 1 degree change at the beginning of the angle makes a bigger and bigger difference.
He's saying you can change, right? Evolution can produce a variation in changing hyper-specialized functions with just minor changes can add to big changes. That's what he's saying. But the problem with this view is that's an argument against specialized functionality. These people are so broken philosophically. It's hard to imagine they come to these conclusions in their schooling and don't question this. If there's a wide variety of outcomes from the evolutionary paradigm from random mutation insofar as development, quote, which doesn't exist, development, that assumes a target, development. If there's a wide variety of outcomes, being that 1 degree off in this analogy can produce widely different changes, then you're arguing against the likelihood of hyper-specialized, nuanced function with these things being the result of this process. You're saying random mutation actually would produce necessarily so a wide spectrum of outcomes. But hyper-specialization inside the body of mechanisms and what things do is narrow. It's narrow and it's maintained narrow. This is totally against your view. You have brain rot, dude. This is why you'd get absolutely annihilated, dude.
Down the road. And so what we're talking about, when we talk about evolutionary developmental biology, one of the really important things is that, like...
This is another qualifier he says. When people say, it's really important, really important. It's really important.
It's not just...
What you guys need to hear from me is everything but my answer, and I'm going to tell you what's really important. That's not the answer. Total gaslight. This is why they hate their own audience. He gaslights his own audience. Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Just, a random mutation. What?
Evolution has millions of peer-reviewed data points from genetics, paleontology. Data needs interpretation. That's meaningless. We can draw data points from all of reality to say that the intuition that God exists points to that being the case. So you don't even know what you're arguing. the reason you're saying things like this, moralist, is that you, like Forrest, don't want to engage with this problem. And this is a specific thing. This is all you guys have is philosophizing data. Well, data requires a paradigm to interpret it. That's what's in question, dude. We don't grant you interpretation of data. Good Nitty, we can always count on Nitty, who you're going to be called a racist, sympathizing, neo-Yahtzee, Nitty, if you do this. But yeah, please do, Nitty. Please. I thought, Nitty, maybe you agree with me, my question was really clear. He goes into explaining what something is. That's different than how it works. In other words, Forrest should have been a Kraken 10 years ago. It's really important. It's really important. It's really important. It's really important. It's really important that I obfuscate, and you understand why I'm obfuscating.
What gene is mutating? And where is it mutating? And how is it mutating? Because a mutation, a change, earlier on in development, the earlier it is, the bigger change that is going to be in the end. And that is so incredibly important.
It's so important that the statement itself...
Bing bong, bing bing bing. Don't be mad at me, I'm in the middle of dropping one, but keep it up.
Ew, Vagine. It's so important, even though the entailment of what I just said would lead us away from hyper-focused, task-oriented things. Even though what I just said is even though I didn't explain how random mutation produces hyper-specialized functions in the future, I actually argued that random mutation, the changes early on, produce a wide scale of varying outcomes away from hyper-specialized things for these organs. Forrest, the type of, quote, dude to take a swig of his vegan, non-GMO soy milk before starting a stream, wiping his mouth and going, yes, let's do this. Hey, little Pookie Poo. I see my little Pookie Poo pointing her little nosy nose in my room. Are you talking about a dog? No, I'm talking about my wife. Oh, little Pookie Poo, you can come in here. You can come in here, little Pookie Wookie. Little Berry Bumby. Little Bum Bum. Look, he's stunned. Erica's awkward. Look, Erica's like, Awkward. Awkward moment, guys. Awkward moment.
Gene is mutating. And where is it mutating? And how is it mutating? Because a mutation, a change...
Get your head in the book. Get your head in the book.
Earlier on in development, the earlier it is, the bigger change that is going to be in the end. And that is...
Yeah, that doesn't explain how any of it happens. I've realized that without presuppositions qualifiers, they are unwilling to answer a question, yet they are convinced they can debate. They can't debate. They can't debate. They can't debate at all. Pookie Poo, the little wooby woo, the little berry blast. It was my little berry blast pointing a little nosy nose in my little office. What, do you have a dog? What is it? What, do you have a pet pig? No. She's my wifey wife. She's my goddess.
Is so incredibly important.
Yeah, look at this. Awkward. Oh,
You want me
to clean up this mess? Hey, Forrest, you want me to clean up this forest fire? That's my favorite moment of the whole thing. He does this whole thing, avoids the entire question, gets his head in a book, doesn't explain anything.
Common creation W.
I'm gonna type this in. Use them. But the point is, like, every part of what this limb is all comes down to, like, these single tiny mutations. Think about if you were to draw an angle on a piece of paper, right? An angle of limited degree, and then spread that out farther and farther and farther, right?
Oh, yeah, he's probably such a know-it-all. It's probably so annoying. Oh.
Tiny 1 degree change at the beginning of the angle makes a bigger and bigger
difference
down the road. And so what we're talking about, when we're talking about evolutionary developmental biology, one of the really important things is that, like, it's not just, a random mutation. what gene is mutating? And where is it mutating? And how is it mutating? Because a mutation, a change...
Good catch. That's actually a really good catch. An angle of limited degree. Yeah, that's analogous.
In development, the earlier it is, the bigger change that is going to be in the end. And that is so incredibly important.
Awkward.
Oh. You want me to ramble while you find this? Because I'm happy to do that.
Hey, Forrest, do you want me to ramble like you're rambling until you find the answer to the question you didn't answer? At all? Not a single answer to this question. He's like, where's the scripture? I mean, whoops, where's the...
You want, because I've gotten the point across. I could have just completely avoided these words, but I wanted to try to remember them.
You got no point across.
And they sound...
If I say more complicated words, my stupid audience will buy into that I answered the question.
What's
up, Intel Wild?
I found
say the
one
word.
of them.
Do you want to keep looking or no?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna type this in.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna type it in? You're gonna chat GPT the answer to my question you didn't answer? I actually respect the if God real, why bad thing happened once more. At least they're engaged. Yeah. Roof maxing. Ugh.
Okay, Forrest is looking, so I will continue to...
Forrest is looking for the answer.
Talk. So the way that
we don't answer this question Jim Bob's asking is there's a variety of ways that we can't answer the question.
These changes work, and I noticed that Jim Bob had some trouble with this.
I had trouble with it. It's just amazing, these people. Nasty little Gibbon. Evolution is true, Jim Bob, because just like Dave, Forrest evolved into a jackass. He's living proof, folks. Incredible. I know, it's actually kind of against me to watch these people. The way that Jim Bob doesn't understand the thing, and so just so I can gaslight him and start with the fact that he doesn't understand something as a way to alleviate the pressure of Forrest failing to answer the question and me now taking a turn at not answering the question. It's really important that you guys understand.
In the conversation with Dave as well, he doesn't seem to understand when a mutation happens. So a mutation happens, right, during protein synthesis or DNA replication.
That's amazing. Tell me how and by what process an organism or a population of organism begins its way developing a very specific functioned item over time.
The two major opportunities for this mutation to actually occur, which means the mutation is already present for like most of fetal development, which means that as the organism, whatever it is developing, it is...
Dude, fetuses come from already existing body plans, lady. It's like they're in a cloud. It's like they're under hypnosis. I'm not asking how in the embryonic stage does a fetus in development express the existing information to grow a brain, to grow a spine, to grow an arm, to grow this, to grow that. I'm not asking that. They know I'm not asking this. They know it. Professor Dave knows I wasn't asking this. Well, we look at the embryo. I'm sorry, the embryo of a pre-existing population with a body plan? Yeah, that. You don't know this? This is basic biology. No. Obviously, it's not basic biology for me to ask, how does random mutation itself produce, to begin with, these body plans that then could be successively passed down? Well, you see, you start with an embryo that has a body plan, and it grows because it has parents that have that body plan. Science educators quote crashing out when they encounter a question, how? How is it, Brooklyn? How is the key component here? How do you know that? How does this work? Harvey Milk said, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being a good sport.
It is going to be under the same cascade, the same induction, if you will, of that developmental process, which has that mutation.
Unbelievable. Just grant it. Every time. Grant it. I asked Peterson, how do you get a penis? Oh, well, you start with fish penises. What?
So what this
I
means...
found it.
Okay, go. I have to find a good figure anyways. Go ahead, keep going.
I couldn't remember these words, and I looked like a damn idiot, but this is what they were. It's heterotopy, which is a change in the location of the structure. Heterochrony, which is a change in the time in which the structure develops. Heterotypy, which is a change in the kind of structure that it is, and heterometry, which is a change in the size, length, or amount of the structure in question. Those are great words, and I couldn't fucking remember. I was like, there's 4 things. One's a change in when it develops, one's a change in where it is, and I couldn't remember. I was not going to let it go. I was not going to be able to sleep at night if I didn't remember this. Fucking heterotopy, heterochrony, heterotypy, and heterometry.
Cool, that's not a, that doesn't tell me chronologically how anything happens. Hey guys, we actually use words to categorize changes, but I'm still not answering the question. At all. Not even close. $10. Wonder if they believe in reincarnation. Well, you know, it's funny, the cut is evolution, unknown to these people. Evolution, its metaphysics, right? Its philosophy is very consistent with reincarnation and some of these Eastern views. If so, do they want to come back as a mid-change evolutionary stage of life? Will iguanas today be humans? They don't know. Anything could be anything if you give it enough time.
Those are what it is.
Those are what it is. Wow. The epistemology of Forrest Valkai. Well, unbelievable. This is his saving. This is what it saves him most of the time with his dumb audience. Oh, he must know something. There's a term he's trying to look up in his books. And he comes and he goes, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Forrest, are you good? Do you want me...
That's just unbelievable. She has to ask him if he's good. Hey, Widow Forrest, are you good? Are you okay, little buddy? Are you okay, little buddy boy?
Keep going.
You kind of took 10 minutes not answering Jim Bob's question.
Oh, that's all I had to get out. I had to get that out. I was losing my mind.
Change.
Does he think he answered the question?
As Forrest said, as he sort of alluded to.
Even Nitty admits. He didn't answer the question.
Changes that occur upstream can have drastic consequences downstream, and they also impact other structures. So, for example, the one that I brought up most recently in a conversation about this exact topic was how do you get human hips from chimp hips? Because chimp...
Nope, that's not what we're talking about. How do you get hips? How do you get organs? How do you get things that do things specialized for the body? How do you get these things from not having them? How do you get them? Well, you start with hips. Here's a good question, fundamentally, is... The question we come up with is, how do humans get hips from hips that already exist? How do we get that? She knows I don't know. I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance. I don't know. Look at him looking at the chat. He's checking against the chat. Those are chat checking eyes right there. That's the tell-all right there. He just feels... probably embarrassed. He forgot a couple of things. He had to go scurry to a book to say things. He definitely, in his head, whether he admits it or not, knows he didn't answer the question at all. He didn't answer it. He thinks the chat maybe. He's looking for people oppositional in the chat. Those wandering eyes. Look at him. It's such a tell. Explaining the internal architecture and logistics of the Death Star doesn't make the... Yeah. Or how it came to be. Describing a hammer doesn't tell you how the hammer came to be. That's why they don't debate, because I ask these pointed questions, and it's so annoying to them. Because they're right. I don't know all these hyper-technical linguistic categories. I can't recite them, neither can he. Right? He can't remember them. It doesn't matter. I'm showing that a 7th grade understanding of evolution, a 7th grader asking a 7th grade question, sets these people off of their pyramid scheme. Just tumbling down the Aztec staircase.
Hips look pretty similar to the hips of Miocene apes, like Rudopithecus. They both have these really tall blades. All
right, you're just going to grant yourself hips. I got it. Okay. All right. So look at this. Watch this. Watch this. Oh, look, they're going to discuss antifreeze. This should be good. Antifreeze is a good one.
monkeys and no other platyrrhines in a way that looks similar but not identical to the full color vision that we see in all cercopithecoids and hominoids, or apes and old world monkeys. But we can build entirely new proteins like from existing genes, or completely from scratch. We got.
So again, from their view, is it random? Produce proteins that do specific things accidentally. So the synthesis of particular proteins that make, let's say, some sort of like snake venom that does a thing, right? From their view, totally accidental with no purpose. So not only could, from their view, things like that are specific to their tasks, right? It just happens to be the case that this is created inside the cheekbones or inside the cheek pouches, and then delivered through what's equivalent to a surgical needle that happens to, by chance, completely liquefy the internal organs of the prey that the snake is eating. That happened accidentally. But the fact that it was selected for is not accidental.
Antifreeze blood in the this specific group of ice fish, which evolved in Antarctica, right?
So ice fish evolved in Antarctica, but the fish to be in Antarctica to evolve needed to exist without this, right? Did they develop it when they didn't need it and went to Antarctica where they needed it? Did they exist in Antarctica over millions of years where they didn't need it, but they developed it and it helped? Which is it? Did they need it or not?
So these guys have blood that won't freeze in these sub-zero temperatures.
See what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. Their chronology, like the way they tell the story, it's a problem because the thing that they're saying developed out of necessity in a certain location means that were they in that location? Did they accidentally develop antifreeze and then the climate and everything changed and they just happened to win that deck of cards that year? You know, it's just back and forth. It's just back and forth. Now let me get to the funny parts. I don't want to forget this part because it's so damn funny. I wrote it down. What is it? 6 hour mark?
Controversial things, they're debated in the fucking literature. They're not debated between two douchebags on the internet, right?
Oh,
it just doesn't happen that way.
He's still coping.
This, what you're describing, is not even a fucking debate because the reality is you're saying, all right, here's all the data you have. Here's all the math that you're using. Here's the mechanisms that you have. Here's the explanatory power. Here's the novel testable predictions. Here's the history of the theory. Here's all the great thinkers. But I think there might be some guy that just fucking did it, you know?
No, that's a total straw man. This is why worldview conversation or debates are so important. Because there's a lot more that you have to assume has a type of existence, Forrest. You wouldn't understand this because you're a naturalist, a materialist, essentially. That the world in the way it operates cannot be justified by naturalism. Because there are things that you appeal to in order to describe the natural world that aren't found in nature at all.
Hour and 40 minutes that we were actually there.
This is so funny.
Lux, can we get
so
stream
funny.
insult compilation?
You weasel. They're such snakes, you little slime ball. Bet you can't name stuff. Why don't you debate me, goblin? You're a weasel. You're a weasel. Your brain doesn't work. You guys are such cowards. You guys are troglodytes. You're primitive. You're primitive beasts. Spineless cowards. Dickhead. Hey, douchebag. You guys are pig snakes. You guys are cowards. You wench. You're a nasty, nasty little bird. You're a nasty little gibbon. Nasty little gibbon. You freaks. You're disgusting. You really are. You're a disgusting human. Are you really this much of a dipshit? You guys are scum. Scum of the earth, really. You little goblins. You little disgusting goblins. Dude, you're such a pussy, dude. Get out of here, you wicked scoundrel.
I still can't get over wench. Wench fucking got me.
Wench, and I love the sort of shotgun chaser of weird little freaks followed by nasty, nasty little Gibbon.
Nasty.
Nasty little Gibbon. This is weird, dude. Weird.
It was
thing to
oddly
say.
That's funny.
sexual. It was
Wait, it's oddly sexual? Dude, why am I not surprised? You greasy little gecko. Of course, Forrest would hear that and be like, it's oddly sexual, right, guys? Guys. Hey, anybody? Anybody in my mind? No. No, Forrest, you freak show. It's amazing, these people. So predictable. He's saying it all happy, like, it's like, right, guys, at a party? Right, guys? Isn't it? Is it? Is it, Forrest? Weird self-report, Forrest. Erica could play Squirrel Girl in the next Marvel slop. It's sad to say that it would be more entertaining than these non-argument prattle sections. Yeah, not much going on. So anyway, these people, let me see if there's anything else to cover. Uber, can you not read? I should have to explain to someone I'm debating. I already know. I didn't ask you to explain anything. I didn't ask you to explain to me what you think random mutation is or what you think is happening. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I didn't ask for that. That's what's in question. I'm asking you to defend your claims, primarily the claim that random mutation produces, over time, through accidental processes, produces hyper-specialized features that do things accidentally. Yeah.
Now, I know that Jim Bob is sort of like, he's huffing the galaxy gas here a little bit. He doesn't quite get that new feature could mean new color. Or
No. A color could be a characteristic, right, of something. We're not talking about color, right? Color, yeah, if you want to widen the spectrum of what a category is, fine. Another thing you guys have problems with is categories. But we're talking about, again, for the last freaking time.
Jim Bob, half black here.
What's up, Justin?
Forrest saying that is oddly sexual is the same tier as the old. If you hate homosexuals, it must be because you secretly want to do carnal yoga with them.
They actually bring this up. I bring up the fact that the activity of two men or two women doing stuff isn't actual sex under the biological evolutionary view. They go into coping about it and, of course, defending it vehemently, saying that, well, it plays a part in socialization, right? Well, now you're in trouble because you couldn't argue that some Papua New Guinea tribe that uses, the what do they call it? The drinkers. The fluid drinkers, hypothetical, they couldn't say that didn't add to social sort of like coagulation, social cohesion. They couldn't argue that didn't do that.
new feature could mean larger toe pads to help you cling on tighter during hurricanes, or new features could mean even the development of bigger heads and bigger jaws to be more efficient.
No, we're not talking about bigger jaws. We're talking about a head to begin with. A head is a part of the body, a skull. A jaw is a part. I'm asking how, from your view, you develop these things from not having them, right? How? How do you do it? Another part that they seem to not have a good answer for, and she stepped over it, was, what was it? It was natural selection, right? Let me see if this is
They never talk about genetic drift, and they never
Oh, okay, wait. Okay, so let me see.
talk about gene flow. It is always only natural selection and mutation as if they are the same thing and they're synonymous with evolution, and except for when they're not, because then it's microevolution, not macroevolution, and it's a whole thing. But, like, they never offer an alternative.
An alternative to what? An alternative to the thing that is in question, the thing that you think things change fundamentally from one thing to another over time?
Will fail to acknowledge when the answer is in front of them. As you can see in clip, hold on a second.
This will be
I think it's
rich.
clip number 26. Wait, hold on a second. Nope, that's not the right one. Clip number 18. Clip number 18, please.
You just got done asking how to tell if natural selection isn't working. That's a middle school concept. Telling me it's a middle school concept doesn't actually answer the question. Saying some words doesn't explain anything. I want a methodology. Equilibrium? So watch. They're talking about Hardy-Weinberg, right? Not a methodology.
Folks, raise your hand in the chat. Like,
no, Hardy-Weinberg is descriptive. It's a mathematical description. And then you arbitrarily create a threshold. I'm asking for how do you determine the threshold of the description?
You go first. I had the punchline for the last one. You go.
No, I was just going to point out the answer was on the screen in front of him, and he didn't read it. He just skipped over it. Like, were you going to say, raise your hand if you saw the answer to his question?
I was, and I...
So look, I'll tell you, right? I'll tell you. They're giggling, but they're so confident in this stuff, but it's really just how questions over and over again with these people. That's all it is. There's 5 assumptions under the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. That's what's in question, right? They're talking about, here's the things, calculating genotypical and allele frequencies. You calculate them, right? There's a calculation, right? The question is, at what point do you determine any of those changes are no longer under natural selection, right? Stating the allele and genotypical frequencies in a population remain constant from generation to generation in the absence of evolutionary influences. That's what's in question. How do you know the influence? It's like they point to, you guys could read it. It's early. It's actually early 1900, right? They're giggling about it, but the thing is, once you read the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium method, it's baked in. It's question begging. That's all it is. All they're saying is if you don't see any changes or if you don't see if these things remain static or whatever, then natural selection isn't happening. On what basis? That's just the claim again, right? That's the claim again.
I was going to add on to it and I'll add on to it now. Here's me being me, and here's me being an asshole. The reason he didn't read it is because he can't pronounce Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium.
What?
He didn't read it because he can't pronounce it. He doesn't know what it was because he wasn't awake during middle school science.
No, I happened to go to a school, thank God, that didn't teach me that I used to be pond scum.
Right? And he's not humble enough about a subject that he has no idea talking about, which, by the way, I will be the first person on any of the line shows where it comes up to say, I don't know very much about philosophy. Jim Bob can clip that and say, yeah, that much is evident, you dumb bitch, or whatever it is that he's going to say, because he doesn't like women very much.
What?
But, like, Jim Bob's not willing to admit that. He comes on and tries to get people to... Folks, he wants to debate evolution. And he doesn't know what Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium...
No, it didn't answer the question. Hardy-Weinberg doesn't actually give you whether or not his assumptions are correct. You guys are nuts. We're talking about how you know Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium is how you determine whether something's under natural selection or not. That's what's in question.
Is. That's it.
And by the way, something being developed mathematically in the early 1900s, using that in contrast to what you guys claim to know about genetics now is pretty wild.
In a middle school textbook, right? Like, my sister knew what Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium is. It is a very basic algebraic equation that can be found, this is me making an assumption here, I would wager, in Algebra 1 textbooks.
Yeah, algebra is math. The math itself can't tell you what the criterion is. These people have their categories so collapsed, it's actually horrifying that they represent. They're actually in school for PhD. And they have such fundamental categories collapsed. How do you use math descriptively to determine whether or not a biological causal effect is in play or not. Math, like how to use math to determine that. I tell you, you guys could look at it. Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium doesn't tell you. It actually relies on assumptions. Doesn't tell you. Watch this. I'll show you guys the assumptions. Ready? Watch this. Watch this. This is how stupid these people are. I'll bring it on the screen, just so you guys can see it. Ready? I'll bring it on the screen so you guys can see what it is. Let's read the assumptions together, okay? Ready? Right here. Here are the assumptions. So when I ask, how do you know something's no longer under natural selection? That's the question. They laugh and giggle at me and they say, duh, haven't you heard of the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium? I go, yeah, that doesn't tell you. Watch. The key assumptions in this thing, right? That things aren't evolving. There's no mutation. That's the assumption. There's no mutation. How would you know? You can't really know that, first of all, but let's say we assume it. That means there's no new alleles are generated by mutation, nor genes duplicated or deleted. How would you know that? That is an assumption baked into the Hardy-Weinstein equilibrium. Second assumption, random mating. Organisms pair by chance, not based on genotypical or phenotypical. How would you know a random mating wasn't determined by genotype or phenotype and it was by chance? Their entire fundamental philosophical foundation is based on this idea of access to chance. They don't have it. They don't have access to chance. Okay? Here, do you guys need this a little bit bigger? Just so you guys can see what I'm reading here. Okay, look with your own eyes. I ask a simple question. How do you know when natural selection isn't happening? And the key assumptions, I'll list them. The key assumptions, that there's no mutation happening, that there's random mating. How would you determine that? There's no gene flow, migration, right? So like, for example, like pollinization, right? There's a bed of grass over here with flowers or whatever being pollinated, and there's another one adjacent that's further away, and they're not related and they're not close together. And then there's some crossbreeding that happens from this perspective, right? How do you determine that's not happening? Very large population size. What does that mean? That's arbitrary. What's a large population size, and who determines that? Okay. Then the last one. This is what's so funny about these people. These wicked, wicked goblins. Guess what the last assumption is, you guys? Do you guys read the last assumption all together now? There's 5 fundamental assumptions baked in to the Weinberg equilibrium. And when I ask these people, how do they know there's no longer natural selection? Guess what one of the assumptions are? One of the assumptions is that there's no natural selection, the thing in question. And they're giggling about it. Nasty little Gibbons. Nasty little Gibbons. That's one of their assumptions too. You know, I didn't want to divert with that one because how insane it is. But that one's funny too. Mating cannot be random. Well, they don't have access to that. How would they possibly know that second assumption even? They pair by chance? How would you know that? You wouldn't. It's crazy. And so they keep going on with this. And they get into natural selection, right? The 4 mechanisms that they appeal to for evolution. And 2 of them they hold to are random. You know, they think They think two of them are random, but I added in that from their view, even their view, that natural selection would be random, and here's why. Clip it. Yeah, clip it for sure. Here's why. Because if natural selection is the environment, which is very ambiguous, right? It's very ambiguous, guys. The environment, what's that? Is that a metaphysical for all of the collective of particulars? Like when they say reality, the environment? Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the animals that are subject to natural selection, the environment, are the environment. And the animals, the predators, and the ecology that's influencing whether something lives or dies is also the environment, but also the animals too. So everything's the environment. So there's this ambiguous distinction between the organism being subject to natural selection, an ambiguous term for the environment dictating something, but the environment is made up of animals that are the product of random mutation. How can natural selection, from their view, not also be entirely, when it comes down to it, random, if the environment itself is made up of a bunch of particulars that are the product of random mutation themselves? They always say this. They always say this in the conversations and the debates. No, random mutation's random, and it produces these things randomly, but natural selection is not random. What's natural selection? The quality control system that is made up of the, quote, environment, ecology, predators, circumstances, that then go, well, you either survived or not. You either made it or you didn't, based on your accidental ability to inject mice with organ-melting fluid. Now, this is why they don't debate, okay? This is why. Because they think questioning their fundamental assumptions is doing philosophy gibberish. And it's clear why they don't like this. And they train their audience, which is really nefarious, by the way, for you guys. It's really nefarious that you guys train your audience to not question fundamental assumptions in your scientific paradigm. And it's ironic that the dumb theists are the ones doing the skeptical work for you. We're doing the skeptical work for you. You guys do none of it. You guys are shielded. You guys are fully dogmatic at this point. And that's why you're having a hard time when people go, debate this guy, debate that guy, and you're like, no, I couldn't possibly. I mean, that's absurd. I'm so beyond it. Yeah, because you'd get completely wrecked. Am I surprised Reclaimer doesn't understand this problem? No. No. I'm not surprised. Makes total sense. 4 more chats for this goal, y'all. Been doing so good. Let's see if we can get 4 more in 2.5 minutes, y'all, for all of the hard-hitting work I'm doing here against these cultists. And they really are cultists. Now, here, let's move on, actually, to this. Shout out to Evo Colossus. Tiny little channel, 30 subs. But I got to give him credit. I'm going to speed this up a little bit. I got to give him credit for trying to take on this endeavor. If you guys remember, not so long ago, he called in and I hit him with the clade problem. It's a philosophical issue of categorization. And he acknowledged it. Good on him. He acknowledged it. And this is him producing a video, 12 minutes, trying to reconcile this issue, because when he brings up the tree, as you'll see, my counter to that is, well, a tree is disanalogous because branches can branch from a central root, but the branches are the same nature as the tree. And so evolution, trying to use a tree, even visually, doesn't make sense because you're saying things branch from their very nature into new natures that fundamentally operate in different
unique, novel ways, and they're fundamentally different than the previous thing they came from. And so this is a good question, okay? You could scoff at it, but I'm glad Colossus here didn't scoff at it. 2 more in a minute, y'all. 2 more in 50 seconds. So we're going to take a look at him right here. Let's see what he's got to say.
Hello, everybody. So, Jim Bob has been making the rounds lately in the evolution debate space. He even recently got a PhD biologist to debate the topic, and since the time of writing the script, he's even gotten the attention of Professor Dave. Those who are familiar with his style will know that he likes to center the topic around philosophy of science. Specifically, how do you set up an experiment? How do you justify scientific claims? Which epistemic tools are you using? And what presuppositions are you using in order to use them? I think it's actually funny that he says his strategy is to take things to the granular level, because he can debate a PhD biologist who will have a highly granular and academically correct description of mutations and natural selection, and yet the real tension in the debate always goes the same place it does.
Now, I'm going to push back on that, Colossus. No one I've debated so far. Thank you for hitting the goal, y'all. Appreciate you. Colossus, no, I think that's not very charitable. Colossus. In all of the debates I've had, when I attack the granular level, what I get is a dodge, just the way you saw with Forrest here. I ask a very specific granular question. How does random mutations, plural, produce over time highly specialized features like a liver or an eyeball or this or that? They just say it happens. Okay? That's it. That's all they say, dude. The fact that I move away from it because they can't answer it, right? I'm just showing that they can't answer this question. So you got to go to different categories. And maybe I jump around too much. Honestly, I've been told, a good criticism of me, I've been told is, no. When they can't answer a question, don't let them out of the corner. Really press and demonstrate they can't answer this question. Don't skip, because I get bored. I'll skip to clades or species or this or that, because I'm like, all right, I cut him. He's bleeding. Let's move on. Maybe I shouldn't. So it's more clear for you, Colossus. So it's more clear for you in an exchange that these people are not answering this question. Not to be disruptive, but I think at this point, calling into their stupid show might be a good exercise in Christ-like humility and an opportunity to demonstrate their shallowness in their audience. No, because it's still a trap. What they do on their shows is, instead of answering the questions that they're trying to defend, they will shift it. And they'll go, do you know what this is? Do you know what that is? Do you know what this is? Do you know what that is? They'll just keep asking questions, right? So I disagree there. I think good faith would be a debate with neutral ground. Did you see Planet Peterson dropped a Jay Dyer hate video? Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. That's Peterson moving off into a direction he might think ultimately will produce better sustainable income, but it's complete slop, right? He's attacking Jay, not his positions, which Peterson usually is not totally known for. So it's a bit out of character for Eric Peterson to take that route with Jay, making big claims. I mean, he's saying blackmail. He's making some big claims, right? Now, if he was a bigger creator, if he was as big as like Dave or any of these other guys, if that showed some sort of loss in his income or damaged his reputation, if he was big enough, that would be basically slander. But Peterson doesn't have enough weight to legally slander someone. Not to encourage live viewers. Y'all watch it after? Yeah. All right, here we go.
With amateur opponents, these are issues of what is arbitrary versus objective, up to and including the criteria you are using for discriminating between the so-called granular processes a biologist would want to talk about. So, Jim Bob hosts a call-in show recently, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, this debate is about what counts as a distinction and why you can make that distinction if everything has a common ancestor. The question goes, if something is becoming not the common ancestor anymore, what criteria do you use to determine when it's not? So I was thinking, okay, I see what you're trying to say. I can answer that. Let me come up with an analogy that exposes where we differ on our accounts of the entailments of evolution on the distinctions between clades. Now that's sort of what happened, except instead we expose where the analogy I used, the tree of life, reveals a deeper understanding of why he's pointing to the problem that he is. If you are going to bother entering a philosophy of science debate, which is what this debate space he's in is, then pay attention, because I'm going to explain to you why you never get to talk about the granular biology you want to talk about.
No, dude. That's also not true, Colossus. I want people to talk about it. But they don't. It's actually them who takes it to the outer granular, right? It's them who generalize. It's them who go back in time and say, well, it just happened over time. And there's obviously a distinction between, there's a clade, and then there's under the clade, there's this variation under the clade, and obviously that happens because of similarities. And I'm like, what? No. How does that happen? How does it happen? That's granular. I ask them, dude. Please, don't misrepresent me here. I ask them granular questions.
In order to illustrate this, the YouTube comments section has graciously provided me with the material to set this up. The thing in question is, what are the criteria for determining when a clade begins?
What criterion?
The implication, of course, is a denial that you can know that. So this commenter responds, wouldn't this be using an epistemological critique to justify an ontological claim, and therefore a category error?
Nope. Ontological claims, this is what they don't understand about philosophy, is that the branches of philosophy, metaphysics, ontology, epistemology, you're always connected to each of the branches. You're like to make a statement about the knowledge of an ontological status of something is to also simultaneously be bound to an epistemic assumption. They think that when you talk about philosophy, you can pick up a stick called ontology, put it down, pick up a stick called epistemology, put it down. No. Yes, they're distinct categories, but they're related. One assumes the other. They're branches. That's why they need a root. Coincidentally, they need a root.
Even if I grant that you can't know when a clade begins, how does that disprove that a process called evolution is happening objectively? Now to the commenter, this is a very tempting question in response, and it's not an unintelligent question, but the problem, at least the main problem, is not whether clades form in a black box that you can't observe. Jim Bob is making the claim that you don't even have the criteria to say what's happening inside the black box, even if you could theoretically peek inside it. When I was asked on stream what the criteria are, I skipped a step. I argued that a clade can be distinguished like branches on a tree, where each branch has a unique connection of nodes to the trunk, which is unidentical to the other branches by at least one node.
And that's actually not a mistake, Colossus, based on the view, because what you're taught visually is exactly that, a tree. And the tree keeps going back to more broader categories, and then it goes back, and then you finally get to Luca, right? And then I ask another question about Luca, and then it goes to Fuca, and Puca, and Juca. Okay? Just keeps going back.
So then he goes, okay, but I can see when a new branch begins on a tree, and it's still a part of the nature of the tree. So how do you know when a new clade begins? The problem I ran into with this is I think the same thing Jim Bob would say to this commenter, which is, if you're going to make this analogy, then you need to reconcile the following. If one clade is not identical to another one.
It's extremely complex. Yeah, so why are you making claims? And if you agreed with me, Reclaimer, you should have a lot more I don't know, we don't know. We shouldn't make those claims yet. But no, you don't. You say we know it's true, and we're still going to figure out how it's true. That's why you guys are dogmatic, right? You know that you can't explain these things, and instead of saying we just don't know, but we still believe it, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say you just believe it.
Then it has a different nature. If instead all clades are just variations on the same nature, then the distinction you want to make with clades appeals to that nature. Re-listen to that if you have to. Either all clades have the same nature and distinctions are merely nominal, or you still need criteria for when a universal identity can no longer be said to be the same as a prior iteration.
Thank you. Why is it that the guy with only 30 subs, Evo Colossus, can steal man and properly give back to me what I'm saying? How is it that? Why is it that, you guys? Why? Why is that? Is it a distribution? Is it some sort of mathematical thing? I don't understand. But it's really annoying. Evo Colossus, philosophically speaking, as a communicator who abides by the scientific narrative of the world that's dominant, which is like, old existing Earth, all this stuff, right? He at least can think it in his head and give it back to me. Why is that?
all while maintaining that each prior identity you appeal to also has a distinct nature, which is not just a subcategory of the supposed one true nature. You might instead argue that the tree analogy is merely illustrative and not actually explaining what is evolving. But in light of this discussion, I would actually argue that there is no better analogy, which would not beg the question I was attempting to resolve with it. Let's do one example. Some people argue that biological evolution is more analogous to the way that languages change over time. They say a mutation is like a letter or a word getting swapped out.
That's not going to work either.
At Chris Curbstomsk, I really wish one of these guys would actually directly answer your questions, because I genuinely want to know the answer from their view.
Yeah.
It's frustrating because your questions seem elementary and I would think it would be easy for them to answer.
Yeah. Well, they can't answer it.
For another. The problem with this is, to grant the ontology you are assigning to words would be to grant the claim of evolution which was in question in the tree analogy. There can be no analogy to evolution, which is not itself just a description of evolution in other terms, where you...
Thank you so much. Boogie, 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 woogie. That was my wife poking in her nose from the door. Oh, do boogie, woogie. Okay, language, yeah. So language, he's saying it's disanalogous. I think he's being maybe even more technically accurate of why I reject it. But ultimately, the reason I reject language as a valid analogy to evolution is I have to ask the evolution proponent what is in language equivalent to the clade, or what in language is equivalent to the species. Is it the letters? No, those are characters. Those are arbitrarily given. What's in question is the ontology of the thing you're pointing to, an apple, right? The language of what we call an apple can change in sound and visual. It doesn't change what the apple is at all.
You would want to say that the letters of DNA are like the letters of a language, and mutation is replacing them with different letters. Your opponent would say that the meaning or nature of a word maintains its identity over time.
No. Well, yeah, in a sense, for the analogy, but it's getting a little confusing. What I'm saying is that the word itself is a reference, Colossus, in this. Okay, the words change, the references can change. The referent doesn't change. That's why it's disanalogous. So changing the letters and the placement of the letters and the syntax of language, and maybe even reducing it to a place where you're just barely cryptically making sense of the sentence. You ever see those things where they rearrange the letters and you still can read it miraculously? We're not talking about that. Meaning itself would ultimately, the referent. It's really a shame that whoever developed these distinctions, referent and reference, that they made them so similar. It's really annoying. But language is a product of intelligence, so if you use it as an analogy to evolution, you imply evolution is a byproduct of intelligence too. Yeah, that's another problem. Good catch there.
And distinctions between languages are merely nominal. What is changing is the reference, not the referent. Let's first return to the comments, which have provided an attempt to reconcile these problems.
Okay, call me emo. He's the one who's always crashing out in my post-stream comments. Sometimes he's in the chat, and he's going to deal with Call Me Emo, who's one of the most consistent, in addition to Reclaimer, Spurgers on my channel.
This says that a nucleate occurs whenever an organism has offspring. In the words of what I think the opponent would say, this commenter is introducing the idea of every individual as their own category. In order to resolve the criteria for clades, I would agree this is a necessary but incomplete part of the solution. The challenge is, if these individuals all derive from a common ancestor, then that ancestry is still a category which must be taken into account. If there really is something called a human, that must still appeal to a prior non-human ancestry as a category that needs justification. If there's nothing that's really human, then you're back to nominalism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude. All evolution's purely nominal. It's completely nominal. I mean, even from their less abstract criterion, like, for instance, examples of like lizards. There's a lizard that's asexual that reproduces with itself. Is it its own clade and its species? When that singular lizard named Teddy or a gecko named Forrest dies out, according to its nature, it's extinct. That's an extinct species. That means everything that was asexual, that was singular, was its own clade and its species, and it died out. So there's a lot of extinct species if you're going to take this approach of what a species is. Is that a new species? Well, it's only one thing. Can a singular item be its own a species? Okay.
The commenter continues. Question 1. Do I recognize these different clades as identifiable and distinguishable, or am I just now pretending not to understand anything for the sake of making arguments for my video? Well, the opponent would, of course, grant that you can categorize things taxonomically. That's not the thing in question. He continues.
Thank you.
2.
Thank you, Colossus.
Can I pinpoint the de facto common ancestors of any of the clades and subclades? Now that is the thing in question, and I'll come back to that. 3. Does my inability to identify said de facto direct ancestors of the clades imply that the plants aren't, can't, or no longer related through common ancestry? Alright, setting aside that your ability to do taxonomy is irrelevant here, the challenge is to have criteria for what the plant ancestor you're appealing to is, and when it becomes no longer what it was. You're not being asked if you can do taxonomy. You're being asked what is universal about the ancestry you're appealing to if some clades are not others, but they are all related.
Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. Language also must be interpreted. The data for evolution must be interpreted, which is the thing in question. They don't see it. They don't have philosophy. They actually don't have philosophy. I just want you guys to get the last... That's a key thing for my view right here.
About the ancestry you're appealing to if do taxonomy. You're being asked what is universal about the ancestry you're appealing to if some clades are not others, but they are all related. And again, if you don't care about the question because it's philosophy, then I'm sorry, you're in the wrong place. Stop wasting your time here.
Thank you.
Question 4. If I dismiss standard practices of relationship...
He just dissed this guy. If you're not willing to be challenged by this philosophical assumption that's required, it's baked into evolution, get out of here.
Construct. Am I able to reconstruct the relationships myself? And can I honestly answer questions like, are two turnips more closely related to each other than turnips are to Chinese cabbage? Again, your ability to identify hierarchies of similarity and construct a taxonomy of relatedness is not the thing in question. I'm only trying to help you, Steelman Jim Bob here.
Thank you.
Let's return to question 2. Can I pinpoint the de facto common ancestors of any of the clades and subclades? And to add to your question, if every individual is a clade, what even is a common ancestor?
Yeah, you know what you should do is this guy should call in. I know he doesn't want to be on full blast. He's got a small channel. You know, he's not out for anything. And, you know, maybe he could talk to Forrest and Erica and try to represent what I'm talking about in some of these issues.
To answer this, first, some premises. 1. All individuals are unique.
He's too
Therefore,
smart.
replication entails heritable variation, and this we'll call mutation.
Good faith things you agree with? No, are you really this broken of a human? Like, did you have 3 moms? No, he's steel manning my position. He doesn't agree with my position. Do you understand that, Reclaimer? This guy on the screen doesn't agree with me. You bozo.
2. Replicators do not populate or reproduce equally, and this we'll call selection. 3. If a population...
Wait, dude, Reclaimer's email to me, it was so crazy. So nuts.
Consists of a group of replicators, then mutation and selection are preconditions for populations. Given these premises, now consider what a clade could be. If it is a universal, then it must be multiply instantiable, repeatable across time and space, and independent of particular histories.
That's pretty much the end of it, too, Colossus. It's like, Colossus is going to, unfortunately, at the end of this, kind of double down on another problem, I think, if I correctly understood him the first time. Maybe I misunderstood him, but I don't know. But what he just said, like, this thing, if there's a category that has a static identity, then you have to declare that a static identity has a moment where it diverges from itself in some capacity. And then you have to then further establish when the new identity establishes itself. So there's a couple of issues there. One is knowledge, an epistemic and philosophical grounding for a universal static identity moving away from itself. But this is a problem because to move away from itself would then be a part of its nature. Do you know what I mean? So like, for instance, you could take a monarch butterfly, and I highly recommend looking at the process of a monarch butterfly going from caterpillar to butterfly. Someone might say, well, Jim Bob, that's proof right there that the caterpillar is its own category as it is, and then it turns into a butterfly, a flying thing, and its nature is fundamentally different. Well, no, it's not. The nature of that animal is inclusive to one thing, transformation into another. It has a resurrection. It has a type of death. In fact, it's not even a rhetorical death. If you examine the monarch butterfly and what it does, there's an actual self-eating death that happens. Because there's like 3 types of deaths in biology, not from a Christian lens what death means, but like necrosis, and there's some other tier, and then there's a third tier, I forgot what it's called. In this case, the butterfly basically consumes itself, transforms what it's consuming into new pathways of development, sort of a repurposing act, a flux capacitor, and then it emerges as this form. But the thing is, that's completely in the nature of it. It doesn't divert from its nature. That is its nature, that it does that. But when you examine this view from a macro lens, as we do in evolution, which Colossus here is understanding this problem really, really well, by the way. Got to give him credit for this. He sees that, well, if something's statically, it's universal static identity, and it does a thing, and and what it does is consistent with its nature. It's even incoherent to say eventually it splits off from its nature and does this other thing. Well, no, that's still in its nature. That would still be in its nature.
To qualify as a universal, a clade must have the same nature in multiple instances. The mistake I made in the call was to compare the tree of life to an ancestor as a universal category, thus logically trapping myself in the denial of the distinctions between clades.
And I don't think you're going to get out of this, Colossus, with any other analogy.
Ancestry is non-repeatable and fixed temporally. Even direct parentage is not instangiable in multiple places or times. Therefore, common ancestry is not a universal in the philosophical sense. It is instead a particular history. While an ontological clade is defined per individual, a taxonomic clade is referring to the history of a particular lineage. If select individuals share a common ancestor, then they are all related by a non-repeatable lineage descended from that particular ancestor.
Right, but this is the thing in question, right? To say we're an ancestor, like I have an ancestor in the more local sense, the reason we can do that, in addition to DNA, is the verification. But the further you go back, it's going to be harder, if not impossible, to do. Nowhere in that process are we examining, at some point, was one of my grandfathers not a human? Not once in the inquiry, right? Now, what evolution does is it takes what's similar in one category of existence, of life, one category of an organism, and it finds that other organisms have similar features or anatomy or phenotype or genotype or function, flying, seeing, whatever it is, right? Even vertebrae. And you go, well, duh, just like grandpa, you know, just like we can derive similarity between genes with the offspring and dad on Maury Povich, therefore every other way biology and organisms are similar and have overlapping structures, similar looking structures and functions, we must also come from them. It's just a massive extrapolation fallacy. It doesn't follow. It actually just at a foundational level just denies that things can be similar in different ways. That things could be related in different ways.
The following, then, is my argument for how a taxonomic clade can be objective without collapsing evolution into nominalism. Premise 1. Replication with inheritance is the mechanism by which historical continuity between organisms exists.
Hold on a second. Hold on. gotta take this one slowly. Replication with inheritance, okay, you have to observe replication, is the mechanism by which historical continuity between organisms exists. Yes, replication. Like can we replicate? To say this thing came from that, which replication is on the side of me and Ham and Hovind, which is to say, what we know of replication is that the thing that's being replicated comes from a thing that it already is by nature. It is of that thing, right? Okay, we agree from that perspective with this premise 1.
Premise 2. Inheritance constrains historical continuity by establishing descent relations only between organisms connected via replication.
Inheritance constrains historical continuity by establishing descent relations only between organisms connected via replication. Well, from the evolutionary view, I think they would reject that, because they establish common descent from similarity, which is a problem, as I've pointed out many streams, is that the further you go back, the less similarity is the thing you're going to be looking at to justify descent. So, no, this goes against evolution if I'm properly understanding this, Colossus. By the way, I like this visual. When I bring up arguments from now on, I'm going to do a zoom in, and I'm going to have the argument as a mask, and I'm going to peek behind the wall of my argument. So I don't know about premise 2. I think an evolution proponent would disagree with you. Inheritance constrains historical continuity. It does. Inheritance, in the way you define it in premise 1, constrains what descent is to a familial direct lineage. That is to say, the continuity of replication is drawn back in time, and if evolution is true, the continuity of grandpa schema, eventually ends in a grandpa that's not what you are. Necessarily so. Okay, premise 3. I'll let him read it.
Premise 3. Where no inherited continuity exists between lineages, no descent relation exists between them.
Yeah, that would be fair from our view. In the sense that you're related, like you're a descendant, a direct descendant of an organism that reproduced. But that's also what's in question there, Colossus, is what is meant when you say common descent, if it includes direct descendant biological, procreative methods, but it also includes not that. What else is it including here?
Conclusion. Therefore, descent relations are constrained objectively by inheritance. Premise 4. Taxonomic clades are defined by descent relations. Conclusion. Therefore, taxonomic clades can be discriminated objectively. Now, I understand that these will need supporting arguments. I think the opponent would grant that if it were the case that what we are calling ancestries are subsets of a universal, such as a created human, this would be no problem. Different ancestries, different variations on a universal nature. Under a common descent, however, what is that particular ancestor and what is it not? How, for example, could you point to a human ancestor and say that it's not a human, but at some point its descendants are?
Yes, good. Thank you. Good question would be to explain the epistemic logic. Oh, you're still talking to Reclaimer. Reclaimer is like our like if we're like a library and they have like a dog that doesn't have back legs, but everyone is like, oh, look at the dog with the no back legs. Oh.
The concept we need is called fixation, the population-level divergence that gives a taxonomic clade its identity.
Wait. That was a little bit... Hold on a second. Just want to be really rigorous with these terms here. Genetic fixation is a process by which particular allele becomes the only variant in a population. So he's talking about 100% frequency of a certain pattern of a gene. But this is a problem already, because you could have two different animals that have a particular element of their genes share function and have very similar genetic information for that function, and that's fixed. So now you have to basically draw out what you're willing to, how do I put this? The part that's consistent in its frequency. If a part of that frequency, that consistent frequency, is found in some other thing to some extent, are you going to jump ship and go, well, no, we're related to that? Thank you so much.
If populations presuppose mutation and selection, evolutionary mechanisms, then this grounds both the ontological and taxonomic definitions of clades for a few reasons. If populations entail replication and thus inheritance, then related individuals will have inherited some of the same traits. If selection refers to the unequal reproduction of those traits, then some traits common to related individuals will not have been inherited by others. Inherent variance is thus unequal at the level of the ontological clade. On the basis that some inherent variance is historically constrained, some ancestral relations are therefore impossible. When inherent variance becomes common and historically constrained to a lineage, such that some ancestral relations are possible while others are impossible, that is referred to as fixation.
Well, the other problem here is that now you don't have a mechanism to jump from one to the other. So if he's saying that the true cladeness of cladeness is this moment in time that you couldn't possibly really know back in time, by the way, this is still theoretical, where fixation, the same allele frequencies are consistent 100% in the population. Well, how would you know that? Second of all, for how long? A week? A month? A day? A year? Even so, if there was a moment in time that you think is justified to say a clade exists, voila, we have it. Let's have a homecoming party. You've reached fixation rate, right? By the way, is that arbitrary? Who determines the fixation rate? Why is it not 90% and it's 100%? Who determines that? I'll even grant you 100%. The frequencies are present in the entire population at 100% of whatever this is. You're saying, well, that's the moment of a new clade. Okay. For how long? And the thing is, you still have this moment where that has to change for this new thing to happen. The whole new thing has to happen for a new subcategory. So even if you got a closer to objective standard criteria for what constitutes a clade in its beginning, you still have a problem when you say, well, the same question comes up when you do these subcategories like humans. Like humans, from your perspective, Colossus, are in a clade with other similar things. So the first question you brought up at the beginning of this video is not answered, which is, even if we hypothetically granted you a clade begins when there's 100% of similar frequency in the whole population, not that you could know that, but if that were the case, that's not even necessarily the case for the evolutionary view to be posited. But even if we granted that, you still have to come up with a new criterion to say that there's a new thing called a human from a thing that's not a human. And that's what's in question in evolution. It's still unanswered, even with this, right? I blame Pokemon. Charmander evolves into Charizard, and the evolution claims that Pikachu evolves from... Well, that's what's so funny, is that they make fun of us for being like, you guys, it's not Pokemon. And you're like, how does it work? And they literally describe Pokemon, but it's the longest Pokemon game ever. For the goal, chatted with our priest yesterday. Looks like Millie and I will be officially Orthodox sometime April. Beautiful, Wicked Wally. Wow. That's a huge deal, Wicked Wally. And you've been around a bit, so I really appreciate you telling us that and investigating and whatever it took for you to make the move, Wicked Wally. God bless you and Millie.
And that is when a new taxonomic clade begins. If, for example, what we refer to as dogs represent a lineage, then the heritable traits that they all have in common must also have been possessed by their common ancestor at the ontological clade level. The traits that only dogs have, though, must not have been inherited by anything that isn't a dog. This means if there is any lineage whose exclusively common traits share no overlap with the exclusively common traits for dogs, then it is impossible for that lineage to be descended from dogs.
Yeah, but the thing is traits. Now it's getting into another territory. Like a trait, is it just genetic? Is it phenotypical, anatomical? I was looking at ears the other day because I was like messing with my ear. I know it's kind of gross, but I have this new thing that looks into the ear with a camera. It's awesome, but also like if you have stuff in there, it's kind of gross. Anyway, I was thinking about ears and like the function of the eardrum and how the eardrum function is connected to the brain in a meaningful way so you can evaluate the eardrum and the sounds coming in, which, you know, has to be developed, right? But it has to come from a place that it didn't do that to some full extent. And then you have the feature of the ear, which operates like a dish that pulls in sound effectively, right? Like the way it's formed. But that has to be accidental. But there's universality, even though there's variation of what an ear is. The universality with a lot of animals is that the ear has this, thank you so much, has this this sort of amphitheater sort of system. And so it's like that from their view. Is that a similar trait among differing animals? Right? Is everything that's similar, like the symmetry of our face and where our nose is and our eyes and our mouth and the fact that we eat food and digest in a similar way and we defecate in similar ways, and except for if you're in India, all of these things are similar, and they say, well, it's similar because we all diverge from a similar thing. And you go, well, what's that thing? And then they arbitrarily define a new thing. And then you go, okay, so it has all these features and we are downstream from that thing. Okay, a fair question is, how did that thing now get all of these features? Because if you're just going to grandfather in every organism that has something, which is what they do, they grandfather it in. Oh, it has that because the previous thing had it. Okay, how far back do you want to go? How far? And they just keep going back. One more, y'all. One more. Bunch of slack-jawed ducks around here.
That could only be the case if lineages are objectively real, which they would be if the mechanisms of replication that I call evolution are the precondition for populations.
No. Whoa. Hold on a second. Listen to that. Don't get sneaky on us, Colossus. You did so good.
Condition for populations.
Hold on a second.
Which they would be if the mechanisms of replication that I call evolution are the precondition for populations.
No, see, this is where chicken or the egg comes in. Okay? Like, people point to embryos and how they develop appendages, and like Forrest said, there's a specific place and time and marker where this thing unfolds in what he calls an arm. The precondition for the embryo is a population.
Stop talking about my defecation.
Vagine. So he's saying the precondition is what? Hold on a second. Let me get this real clear, Colossus.
That I call evolution.
Hold on a second. I just got to hear this last part.
Real, which they would be if the mechanisms of replication that I call evolution are the precondition for populations.
Replication assumes population, though. You know, see what I'm saying? You're so close. You can't say replication without the context of a population. If you say this thing's replicating, you ask where did that thing come from, you already have replication. So this is another problem that Evos have.
If you made it this far, thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to the discussion that follows.
Yeah, thanks, Colossus. I do really appreciate it. Like, mostly great work. Except for the end there, because we don't grant that. You can't just say replication ability is the precondition for this other thing, population, because the replication ability, if you're talking about asexual or sexual reproduction, assumes there's a population. Which is another crazy argument I use that these people don't engage with. Which is this. If definitionally what you call a phenomenon in nature and biology changes in these organisms are expressed as populations, then populations themselves are the byproduct of this thing you call evolution. And usually I can get the Evo person to
admit this. They don't know what they're stepping into, but they admit it, right? So you go, okay, so if populations, anyone you can point to, necessarily, definitionally, is the product of the thing you called evolution, these changes, right? This is a witnessed expression of these changes, right? Then evolution produces populations. And they go, yeah, I guess in that sense. And you go, yeah, but isn't it true from your view also that evolution has to have populations to begin with? And then you know what they say? Instead of just saying yes, they say, I'm not talking about abiogenesis. Not coming on the show, Jim Bob, you lost all respect. We don't care about your standard of respect. You're nobody. No one cares what you're driveling about. You don't have any arguments against what I'm saying. You're not tracking anything. You're a loser. You think I'm going to care about your piety signaling, what constitutes respect? Good. Take your standard, and you should also lose respect for people who don't agree to formal debates. Okay? Get out of here, pecker. Greasy goblins. Reclaimer says, I grant Jim Bob that our ability to accurately frame biological activities into intuitive concepts may be an issue. That doesn't mean the biological facts themselves aren't evidenced. That's circular. How do you not understand the circularity of that statement, dude? I just don't even understand how you guys make it through the day. How do you pump your own gas? How do you even do it? I just caught up a little while ago. It's hilarious to hear Forrest and Erica squeak like mice on 3-speed. It's funny. The whole thing's funny. Now, I don't appreciate the absolute well poisoning and dog whistling from Forrest at all. He brought up the nose thing. Hello, Dave. Professor Dave has a giant nose. They're like, during that stream, Erica and Forrest, mostly Forrest though, was like, oh, obviously he has a big problem with these people. It's like, yeah, but not because of their noses. And he says, I purposely did that. No, I actually brought an existing picture through Grok and told Grok to do a caricature of Dave, and it produced a big nose. That's what a caricature is. Oy vey. They just give it enough time. Well, it's accidental, right? Circular, like proving God exists, saying God is... you can't focus, dude. How do you exist? You can't even focus. No one's talking about God. If you want to talk about recursion and the necessity of recursion, we're going to push to absolute recursion. To say that anything can prove anything presupposes absolute truth, Reclaimer. You don't have that. We already established that. Now focus. We're talking about evolution. You admitted that the problem of epistemology is a real thing, but that doesn't mean you can't evaluate the evidence. Do you know how stupid that sounds? You're appealing to the thing in question. You just granted that you have no justification in a biological sense to have reasoned apprehensions about reality and reasoned evaluations and conclusions, being that it's strictly biological. And nothing is correct or incorrect from that view. There's no correct or incorrect way to do anything biologically. It just occurs. And then you go, yeah, but we could know things about, we can know things about the evidence. No, you can't. You can't know things. That's why it's so funny to watch all of these Professor Dave people freak out. And they tell me it's not the W I think it is. Of course it is the W I think it is. YouTube Gloop says, hold on. There she comes in. Suzanne coming in. Do you believe that your performance here is compelling, convincing to anyone? I don't know. That's up to the audience. What I think is irrelevant at this point. I think I present pretty good problems. You haven't refuted any, you creep. Asking me what I think isn't a refutation of what I say. But what I am demonstrating is that the people coming over from Gutsick, Gibbon, and Forrest, and Professor Dave are demonstrating very clearly that they are in a type of educational cult. They can't defend their views. Please read this regarding his email. His email's crazy, dude. His email's so nuts. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. It's so crazy. So nuts. Where are you, Reclaimer? Okay. This is so crazy. All right, hold on a second. Let me see. All right, let me see if I can reduce this size. And then manually bring it up. This guy's so wild, dude. All right, let me see. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't want to dox anybody. You guys have no idea how crazy this is. All right. So this is the email. Just for you guys to get a sense of how massively insane this is, okay? This is Reclaimer emailing me about an invitation to debate a modern day debate. And this, I'm going to move the scroller real slow. This is his set of conditions that I have to agree to. I should play the music, actually. Section 1, platform neutrality. Section 2, moderation selection protocol. Section 3, debate format governance. Section 4, topic precision mandate. Addendum, Section 4, definitional stability and semantic non-transubstantiation clause. Look at how long this insane person is writing his. Look at this. Look at this. This is his personal clause. Section 5, in-person logistical infrastructure, if applicable. Section 7, he skipped. Preparation window. Section 8, statement length and temporal fairness. Section 9, acoustic decibel agreement. Hydration covenant. Non-Gish-Gallop compliance checklist. Definitions pre-exchange protocol. Philosophical preamble and consistency, final declaration, addendum to section X, nutritional provisions and culinary stability clause. You got to admit, he's kind of funny. He includes menus and arancina. Now, this might very well be a high precision troll from one of my really smart audience members, which, by the way, whoever did this in the name of being Reclaimer, thank you so much. Because this goes on and on and on and on. Respectfully, Reclaimer. Amazing. Now, I wish it was him. I do. I wish it was him. But I don't think it is. I actually don't think it is. So, you never know. Did you write this? Whoever wrote this and it's not Reclaimer, you get a free book. That if you wrote this, email to me. Now don't lie, okay? Be honest. Whoever wrote it, respond in the same email. You tell me it was written not by Reclaimer. I will send you a free Savage Memes book. Okay? And if it was Reclaimer, I'll send you a Savage Memes book. If it was you. All right. See, I don't want to even put this up, but I almost feel like maybe just to see how off Planet Peterson is. Like, I kind of wondering if he's okay. I know he's like going through some health issues, and that can definitely send us into
unstable territory, to say the least. But this is very. I know Peterson could be a bit, snarky and pithy, and this kind of thing. But we can all be. But this is out of his character. This thing he did here. This is a bit out of character. So I'm going to play this because I'm going to actually eat something. I will lock my microphone so you guys don't have to suffer the sound of noodles mushing in my mouth. But let's see what Peterson has going on here. And prayers to Eric Peterson, okay? Okay, but you're going to show up in the chat and actually, Jake, or are you chicken? Show up in what chat? I already told you. I want to debate. Okay? If you guys can't defend evolution in a proper formal debate, and you need the opposition to show up in a biased position, in a biased platform where there's 2-on-1 and no moderation, okay? JB, what's your argument against evolution? I literally do it almost every day, okay? Watch some of my stuff, okay? I'm at the Jay Dyer level where it's like, well, I do this all day, dude. Dude, this is dumb. One chat, hey, what's your arguments against it? Look up the arguments. Look up the debates. Watch the cross-examinations. No way. Okay, so he's got at least Reclaimer has a fun sense of humor. Because the food part was actually really funny. Okay, I'm going to mute my filthy mouth. Pretending not to be able to read proper formal. Would you like a formal debate with Actual Jake? Oh, is that a person? I'm sorry. I didn't know that name. Actual Jake? I mean, I have a debate coming up this weekend, but yeah. Who's Actual Jake? I've never heard of Actual Jake. I'll look into him, though. Thanks for that. All right.
If you thought that Jay Dyer was an idiot because he's a presuppositionalist and he unironically thinks that that's noble or correct, well, then you would be right. But it goes so much deeper than that. First, we have to talk about what sort of creature Jay Dyer is. There are a lot of very angry, below-average men out there. What makes them so angry? Well, some of them are psychopaths who turn everyone they encounter away, so they pretend feminism turned society against men, and they lash out at feminism. No, Dalton, it's not them, it's you. Some of them hate themselves because the people they think are the cool kids don't accept them for who they are. Like Dave Rubin, who keeps asking Ben Shapiro if he'll be friends with him, but keeps getting rejected.
And I think I may have moved you on coming to an anniversary party. What do you think about that? A Sunday afternoon.
A Sunday afternoon gay-ish, unlikely.
Or Milo Yiannopoulos, who said if there was a cure for being gay, he would take it. These types lash out at the left because they can't accept that the people who hate them for who they are the real enemy. Then there's the failed Hollywood actor/producer. When Michael Knowles' softcore gay porn career didn't make him rich, he decided to retreat into the closet and say the gay Hollywood agenda is ruining America. A 180 of truly epic proportions. Others like Steve Bannon and Andrew Breitbart desperately tried to make it in Hollywood. Then, when Harvey Weinstein rejected their offers to exchange blowjobs for contracts, something Weinstein never turns down, they decided to declare, well, actually, Hollywood is a Jewish CIA psyop. They don't say it in those terms, they just call them the elites. The formula here is always to project and either attack the group that rejects you or defend the group that rejects you but you desperately try to be a member of. Then there are the chronically online orthodox debate bros. They're miserable because they're not real men, live in a country with ethnic and sexual pluralism, and their wives settled for them, and they know it. Instead of even trying to be better people, they project and attack. My low T count got me humiliated by an olive jar. Rather than admit it, I'll claim it's women who are weak and should be dominated by men. The government won't let me lynch minorities and gays? I know, I'll claim I'm the one being oppressed. I was a 40-year-old's fifth choice? Well, that makes me insecure. I know, I'll trick people into thinking I'm not a rebound by espousing the virtues of trad life. This brings us to Jay Dyer.
If evolution is real, then why does my ass itch?
Jay has the incredible ability to, at all times, look and sound like he's either on horse tranquilizers or just had teeth pulled.
Well, I think there's a lot of different ways that you could critique an atheist position. Most of the time, I argue from the three branches of philosophy: epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics.
I guess mushmouth goes along with mush brain. Now, is Jay real? Is he genuine? Or is he grifting? Well, his Facebook page and every bio I see of him does claim that he's just a comedian. Does Jay Diarrhea believe anything he says? Or is he a rage bait troll? It's hard to say. I don't know why a liar would engage in censorship, stalking, and blackmail if it's just for the lulz. But I also don't know why someone who wants you to think he's an intellectual identifies as a comedian. I think he probably means 99% of what he says, because his old YouTube videos from before anyone knew him are identical to what he says today. And what kind of stuff might that be? Just imagine an even stupider version of Candace Owens teetering on the edge of alcohol poisoning. That's Jay Dyer. Find any video he's in and skip to any random part of the video, and you're guaranteed to hear CIA, Hollywood, occult, Freemason, Satanists, you name it. This video has a 6-minute segment dedicated to how fucking 5G is Satan.
The 5G, the cybernetic skeleton on the planet is sort of Satan. He's not omnipotent. He can't be anywhere at once. But with the digital technology, he can be in China. He can be in my bank account. He can know it's being
It's the
posted
closest
on
mimic
Brazil.
to omniscience,
Yes.
exactly.
Which is it's just a false form, and it's a man-made form. And so I was speculating. I'd be interested to get your opinion on the Antichrist and an inversion of Christ being fully God, fully man. The Antichrist is fully machine, fully man.
Very possible.
I always thought he was a...
They live in fantasy worlds, etc., etc.
Now remember the formula. Everybody that does this is butthurt because they were rejected, and so they project and lash out. So why does Jay Dyer pretend to be the enlightened one while also admitting he's a comedian? Well, because his single-digit IQ won't let him participate in academia. So he found a lane that works for him, but it's too painful to admit, hence why he lies about being smart, being a philosopher, knowing science, and all that.
So here's the strength of my argument, and the reason that I always beat these types of people, these scientism goblins, and I think everybody in this audience already knows why. It's because, first of all, I went to college with these guys. I studied under these dudes.
His cult/troll army, they really want you to think that Jay has a PhD in philosophy, which he doesn't. So it seems they're insecure on Jay's behalf, creating a positive feedback loop of bullshit.
That's another thing I saw with this. I thought it was like, I think Peterson is looking at Dave and looking at how big Professor Dave is. And if you were to do a 1-to-1 template, right, of what this is, it's literally like the same exact format, which is not really, honestly, that's not even Peterson's strength. Peterson's strength up to this point was the capacity to engage with his opposition without doing this kind of spurgery, right? To be able to like talk to them and like, you know, he'll still be, you know, snarky and insult, which is fine. But he doesn't do this sort of like TMZ editorial hit piece style.
totally out of context. It's like everything filters down in the atheist sphere to like the sneaky Peaky Blinders style stuff. You guys know that channel. It's always the same thing. It's very packaged and it's in a bow, and there's not serious responses to anything. It just kind of does this. And it's kind of sad because Peterson made his way out of teaching, was able to push forward, write books, and to be able to do YouTube full time, live stream and videos is a privilege. It's a privileged position, and he's taking everything that's worked so far, and he's kind of, if he does move over to this style, he's just going to be another yapping atheist head in the grand, marketplace of atheist spurg videos, and it's just kind of sucks, To me, it kind of sucks anyway. Craig Comedy, what's up, dude? Hey, I checked out your channel. I feel like you have some pretty good premises over there, Craig. In your opinion, what is the difference between good science and pseudoscience? Experiment. Will there ever be able to find good science answers the origin of species, in your opinion? No, because the problem with science as a methodology is, one, you never have access to all the variables. Two, the strictness of experimentation being the only arbiter between two hypotheses. In the area of origin of life, if humans, through experimentation, demonstrated origin of life, they would be demonstrating that a mind guided the origin of life, right? That manipulated it, right? So there would be always a mind involved, which is kind of a funny... I made a meme of this years ago. That to engineer some form of life, if you granted that was possible, would demonstrate the presence of an intelligent being with intent. So it's kind of science is always moving to bigger questions and on at least two unknown variables. So the key part, Craig, it's a good question, is the first part is really important. Proper science and pseudoscience. The thing that you're going to look at to determine proper science from pseudoscience is there an experiment present? Otherwise, it's just pure philosophy, modeling.
Oh, dear God, no.
They're codependent! Run!
Why is Jay so obsessed with homosexuals? Because he is one, but that's also too painful for him to admit.
What? This is so like... I don't know how Peterson became like a seventh grader overnight. This really isn't his style. This is off. Even meeting Peterson, he was a little bit like to himself, maybe outnumbered by a bunch of, from his view, a bunch of fascists, whatever he thinks of us. But this is like he doesn't fit this archetype. You know what I mean? It doesn't work. Like you could tell he comes from a decent family. Does that make sense? You can't fake the chip, dude. You can't fake the chip on your shoulder, okay?
I mean, why else is he dressed like Lieutenant Dangle in Miami?
And definitely writing comedy is not it either for you. I mean, if you want some punch-ups making fun of Jay, you could email me or whatever, Pay me. Pay me per punch-up. Planet Peterson, failed musician, Dave explains, are the best arguments for evolution.
Maybe
I just don't know the purpose of this. Like, he must be in a weird spot, this guy.
He got catfished so many times by dudes on chat roulette disguised as chicks that he became deeply uncomfortable with his own sexuality and protects himself by pretending he's a real man.
What? It just doesn't even make sense.
Can't prove any of this. I'm just 100% sure that it's true. Why is he obsessed with the trad life and men being dominant in society? Because he can't accept that his wife won't use his last name. Look, he even created an alt account to pretend she goes by Mrs. Dyer. That's hilarious. It's actually worse than that. Hanshaw isn't even her maiden name. Her maiden name is Kraft. She's literally using her ex-husband's last name.
Weird, dude. This is weird. Like, Peterson, dude, what are you doing? This doesn't come off. This comes off as bizarre. Like, this is like deep dive Wayback Machine, stay up at 2 a.m. stuff. Like, what are you doing? Like, what is this etiquette, dude? What are you doing? You literally brought up a dude, I think there was a person on that, right? It's like another person who's not a public figure. What are you doing? It is demon season, yeah. Demon season. Weird, dude. This is bad. This is bad stuff. This is nasty, nasty stuff. Nasty Gibbon.
Jay Diarrhea is the most cucked human on Earth. I mean, no wonder he's so despicable. Can you imagine being this miserable piece of shit? Having a philosophy degree, but not being able to speak in complete sentences? Worshipping a book that says, husbands, rule over your wives, while being forced to eat out other dude's nut from yours like a cannoli?
Dude, what are you doing? Why? Where are you? Would you have a binge? Would you binge this week, Peterson? Why are you saying gross things? Whoa. Whoa.
Only, and she won't even use your last name in return?
What? He's probably joined the Discord and got bullied. I don't know, man. He's supposed to be in a humble phase because he's going through some, kidney stones or something. He's been in and out of the hospital for a couple days or whatever. He's not taking it easy, apparently. What's disingenuous is Peterson doesn't know anything about Dyer besides online interaction, and he thinks of him personally enough to call him out. It's really bizarre, especially for Peterson. This is not bizarre for, like, JL Warrens and these other crazy people, but this is out of Peterson's character. Peterson. Now, you're going to get a bunch of people attacking you for this, and maybe necessarily so, Peterson, but as someone who's at least met you and talked to you, I'm just telling you, I might be your opposition, right? In many ways. I'm telling you, dude, this is out of your character. This isn't it. This isn't it for you, okay? This isn't the way.
Having to project as ultra hetero while the only thing you can think of all day is penises?
1/8 of a PP. PP and the testicles, 1/8 of a PP. PP comes to be PP.
I'd probably...
It's funny, dude. Your name's PP.
Be a piece of shit, too.
What? It's just so not... Just like calling people pieces of shit. Like, it's just so... Genes did stuff. I don't know what he's doing, dude. I don't know what he thinks is going to happen. Like, is he trying to get attention? Is he trying to ride the wave? Like there was a tail? That's what it is. He got it in his mind, probably making this face. He got it into his mind that if Professor Dave, swung his tail with hit pieces on Jay, then he can ride the wave and it's relevant, right? And it's gonna pick up in the algorithm or something. But this is this ain't it, dude. This sounds desperate and like it's actually not. It's like not. It doesn't put you in a good position. It's not a good position to be in.
Speaking of his wife, holy fuck, what a brain-dead, conspiracy-loving Nazi piece of shit she is.
He sounds like Owen Benjamin.
Which makes her perfect.
He got an email. Thank you so much, Denikus. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that.
For Jay. Look, she even went through the whole, I went to art school but failed, so I'll just claim my inadequacy is because of the Jews arc. exactly like the Fuhrer himself. Like,
what?
Jay, she's been like this for a long time.
What are you talking about? I think it was Jamie who did a whole series on how gay the Nazis were. What are you talking about? These people, man. This is wild. This is wild, dude. It's rampant. The demons are out. It's like expose season or something like this. It's weird.
UFOs and JFK, huh? This is all the way back from 2013. Instead of doing commentary, I'm just going to play these clips so you can see what I mean.
He gives me the vibe that he needs some sort of psychological help to snap like this. It might be his health issue. I don't know. A lot of pressure, maybe financial pressure, you know. He's probably just getting by, you know. If you look at his normal stream, you know, he's reliant on some books, some memberships. You know, the atheist cult is notoriously either poor or just completely selfish. Whereas the Christian side, obviously you guys know, not only very generous with one stream or one channel, we're generous everywhere. We go all over the place and support people financially. We lift other people up. Atheists don't have that. They have no loyalty. They have no honor between each other. It's just like individualism all the way down. So who knows, dude? We can only speculate, but it's definitely knowing, watching Peterson for like, I don't know, it's been like 3 years. He's been on my radar. Like, oh, that guy's going to be something. I remember him like just on TikTok, and his YouTube had like 2,000 people. It wasn't even active really. And I was like, oh, this guy's going to do something. But it's kind of, this is sad, dude.
It's all about, you know, the Apollo program and Apollo 11. I mean, that's already, if you're an occultist, that you know that's going to pique some flags in you that they're using names of ancient gods and the numbers of magic. Would you agree with that?
NASA has been intimately involved themselves in propagating the hoax theory, the moon hoax theory, as you discovered, probably if you didn't already know, when you watched Fly Me to the Moon, which...
There's a lot more weird stuff with NASA, by the way, Peterson, that are that's completely documented. Like The Life, if you watch, is it all Sex and Rockets or something like that? It's a biopic or something on, the hell's his name? Forgot his name. JPL. Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons, super weird stuff. Totally documented. The origin, the baseline philosophy of NASA and all of that was super involved with rituals, sex rituals, all of this stuff. And Jamie's pointing to something that's just descriptively true. Like, it's not insane to descriptively, accurately convey the nods to certain symbolic things, you know, whether it's Greek mythology or gematria or Kabbalism, right? This is not wacky stuff to look at. This is easy. This is easy stuff to point to. That's just descriptively true. The reaction is a sign of atheism on the decline. Culturally, they've run out of arguments. I think that's true, Sincere Hypocrite. I agree with that. So it's like we're winning.
Which was a film fully supported by NASA. Donald Baruch was the Pentagon's chief liaison to Hollywood from 1949 until 1989. So for like 50 years, this guy, he was the guy. And he comes from an elite Jewish banking family. His uncle, Bernard Baruch, ran the World War I economy, was a major financier. So he comes from this powerful banking family that's also been involved in doing things like introducing jazz music and cultural engineering.
That's the most, to me, jazz music is super sus.
Engineering, right? From our perspective. Well, anyway.
Well, it's funny because it gives a small world a new meaning when you think of what UNICEF does when they push these, like, you know, stabbies and other policies that render people infertile and depopulation agendas, so it just kind of gives another like meaning to it's a small world. What do you think? And I mean, Transformers, that has the same type of message where the good AI robots save us from the bad AI robots.
It's better than Christian music. Well, yeah, well, we probably agree. What you think is Christian music in the West, we would also be like, ugh. But true Christian music, no, we would disagree, atheists. You go into a divine liturgy and tell me what you would experience as music is not absolutely beautiful.
Boss, and even Optimus Prime, there's a scene where he has to
He's a troon, Optimus Troon.
sacrifice himself to save humanity, and he's resurrected again after he dies, and he floats up into space and is like this, you know, doing like he's on a cross or something. So there's a lot of parallels. Robo Christ, or whatever, you see that in WALL-E, Transformers.
That's a good thing.
Tomorrowland. Can you think of any more? Robo Christ.
So that's Jay Dyer, the insecure, single-digit IQ, blackmailing, pseudo-intellectual Nazi cucklord.
Gosh, he doesn't even believe it. Look how worried he is. He looks like a boxer dog that shit the living room. He looks like he got yelled at by Hello Listener for pooping in the corner. He looks like he's crying inside. You know, prayers for Eric Peterson. He don't look right. He looked like he just made something he's not sure of. You don't look convicted at all. You look like you're floating on a life preserver, you know, like one of those donuts that has a hole in it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. They come to talk to you again. And you notice the difference in the energies. Now, you can come from some paradigm and listen to what Jamie just said and be like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Yeah, at least she's nice and in good spirits. At least she's joyful and smiling and has a good energy. It's better than what you're bringing, bro. Slandering people. What are you doing, man? I was arguing with an Evotard in your comments section of your previous video, and he was just crashing out and saying that evolution has been proven. I know what it's like, Ed. Welcome to my world, Edwin. It's all you're going to get, by the way. It's literally all you're going to get from these people. Atheists think they have authority over who's a piece of... Yeah, they have none. They have none. In fact, we're all determined to be those things from their view. They're confused. Rachel? Rachel's like, whew. At least someone else is under the target. Sheesh. Yeah, this is vicious. He doesn't even believe it.
Get a free book, 2 free audiobooks, and ad-free videos.
I don't know, man. It might be the end of the line for you, Peterson. It might be over. You gotta change your ways, man. You gotta repent. There's nothing to respond to. That's what's so bad about this. It's almost like, how do I attack Jay Dyer, but do it in a way where it's understandable that he just ignores it because it's so insane. And then if he ignores it, it shows what a coward he is because he ignored something that didn't bring up any arguments or anything. It's sad. I actually feel sad. I don't feel like angry at him. I don't know if it's because I met him. You know? I don't know if it's because he's younger and I kind of just, I don't know, see a version of myself in the past that's like this. I don't know what it is, but it's sad. It's a sad feeling. It's not like, oh, you... Whereas the other guys, like Forrest, it's not a sad feeling. That's all it is. It's slander season. He's slander clause. Yeah, disappointment. That's what I feel. Yeah. Maybe it's distinct from sad. Disappointment. Yeah. It ain't good. His brain doesn't serve a purpose. Yeah. Thank you for that 20. I don't know, man. Hey, old Joe. How you doing? Too benevolent? Well, I'm trying to learn a little bit. You know, because honestly, this last liturgy, the homily, the sermon was about this specifically. So it's on my heart to look at this through the lens of the sermon. If it's on pain meds for the stones, the mind-altering aspect of them could be removing the necessary filters. It could be that. Less sleep, irritability. I'm not trying to make excuses. It's just that it's not that his way he's talking is not consistent with him. The way he talks, like sort of like pithy, snarky, bitchy, lispy. That's normal. It's what he's doing, like the specific content and the angle, that's not like him. This isn't like him. When they start bringing up wives, my eyes glaze over and get angry. Yeah. Yeah, it's a rough one. Rachel? 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 If this baguette is dunking on Jamie, I will find him and he will... Here comes Rachel. Salty dweeb in person, you handed his ass to him. Yeah. Yeah, he was just like salty. You know what? Even when I talked to him, there's a picture. Megan even took a picture because, you know, Megbob was like, this is great. He didn't look at me in the eye once when I stood by him at the bar and asked him, hey, how do you think your debate with Jake went? You know, I was looking for like, you know, we're both people. We're both men. Let's give it cheers. Who cares? Let's do this. He didn't look at me once in the eye. Not once. Old Joe says it wasn't as fun. I know. It is a change sometimes. You know, it could be consistent, but I think it's the topic, honestly. Hello, listener? I've noticed the libs always immediately start digging into your personal life. They immediately start scrolling through your personal history, assassinate your character. It's weak and feminine. Yeah, demon season. Thank you. It's demon season. Maybe it's because I had hope for him. Some hope. Everyone's redeemable, but it's like... he was still kind of pseudo-fighting, some wokeness. I think he even has a history of like getting fired for these kind of attacks, which I find a little bit bizarre, Peterson, that I think you have had the experience of being slandered and attacked and accused of things that caused a problem with your own work and monetary viability. And here you are kind of doing it to Jay. And I just find that a little bit alarming. Going after Jamie's pathetically low. The whole video is low, but including her, yeah, is a bish move. It's Owen Benjamin level stuff. This is Owen Benjamin. This is seasonal. It's seasonal. You know? Makes me want to eat all the steak in the world before Lent. Whew. Boy, do I want a filet mignon right now. Gonna be like a bear. I see this behavior too often. It's a clear indication of someone's character. Yeah, it's like, you know what it is? It's like, it's kind of confusing from our view. Like, and by our view, I mean Christians in the chat, is that we look at the stuff through a specific lens and we're not surprised by it. And when we get upset, we're not surprised by it and we process that in our own way. But I don't understand what they're all mad about. Like, honestly, an honest question for Peterson. Why do you care? Why do you care what Jay Dyer believes? Why do you care? Rachel Wilson? His face right now has the look of someone who knows that the only thing that chin is good for is resting some better Oh, God, Rachel. Rachel's coming back hard. Rachel pissed. Rachel's like a mama bear. She pissed. It did. It transcended it. It's a shame. And it's not just us. They fight internally, too. I told you. I opened in the stream. You know, in Atheist News. You guys saw? One of the headlines in Atheist News.
Atheist News.
Was that J.L. Warren, that little beaver boy, who got completely blown out by Andrew in a simple exchange. He accused Breakfast Tacos of setting it up. He did. He literally accused Breakfast Tacos that it was a setup, that Breakfast Tacos purposely set up J.L. Warren to get completely annihilated by Andrew. Seasonal, man. It's crazy. Yeah, he's just like, I can do what Professor Dave does. He's got 7 million. Maybe if I can be an insufferable D-bag and lie about people and just lie and do just lie, maybe I'll be huge. Okay. Well, that you might be successful, dude, but the problem is you'll end up like Professor Dave. Even half the people that agree with him hate him. Yeah, that's funny. Anyway, it's too bad. Myron Chuck, what's up? I think Tag has caused PP to have a liberal contradiction crash out. It happened to me in 2020 and led me to orthodoxy. Let's pray. Yeah, absolutely pray for him. That's not a good spot to see someone in, honestly. It's not good. And it's going to attract unhinged people, which is kind of ironic. Like, you got to watch it, dude. You're going to attract people who think it's okay to publicly slander people. That's you're going to be your audience, dude. Watch it. How low do you have to be to attack his wife when the attack is supposed to be on Jay and then they can't punch the husband, they punch the wife? It's very common. Happened to me, happened to Andrew, happened to Jay. It's a thing. It's a thing. He's good faith. Well, to an extent. I mean, in arguments, like in just moderating, yeah. And for the most part, I mean, he'll talk some smack here and there, but I don't think that's bad faith to talk smack. Jim Bob's next. Oh, I went through this, dude. I went through this big time 4 years ago. It's the same tactic with these people. They get humiliated and then they attack person and like dig up stuff and then they try to humiliate you publicly and then they pretend to be the church. And they're demanding that you own up to your transgressions and you're like, you don't even believe in transgressions, dude. That's what's wild is the atheist cult sits around moralizing and calling people pieces of garbage and saying that they're reprehensible. And right after their first premise that there's no such thing as morality. Like, it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. It's important to separate the rabid left from those with genuine objections. Well, you guys have to do that work, though. That's the thing, old Joe. You got to convince other people in that political or philosophical worldview realm. But you guys don't really do a good job doing it, though. You can't really do it because you don't have I'll say it. You guys don't have a holy tradition. You guys don't have a standard by which you appropriately live a life. There's no such thing from the view. So you can't really hold each other to account, which is why
Christianity in a debate is better than secularism because you can't be a secularist and approach another secularist. For instance, you can't be a secularist and look at what Peterson did. You can't tell him why he's wrong from your own perspective. You can't tell him what he's doing is wrong, like morally wrong or whatever. You can't tell him he's being inconsistent or anything. So secularism, you can't really hold each other to account in your behaviors because you don't have anything that precedes you of how you ought to operate in the world normatively speaking. And so, you get into these fraction problems where you fraction and fraction and fraction. And that's why Protestantism caused the same fractions. But it kind of makes sense. And it's why you get this bump up in secularists adopting Christian ethics and a Christian society, Christian aesthetics, Christian customs, norms. They don't believe in any of it. The Pine Creek effect. That's right. That's right. There's no such thing as a bad secularist from their. You can't do it. And then it's why these people start gravitating towards Christians. That's why you get the Joe Rogan effect. Totally incomplete philosophy, theology, but there's something deep as a person that he's identifying. Where he's like, church, even the heterodox church, he doesn't know better. He doesn't know he's at a heterodox church, whatever that means to him. But he notices that the culture, that the fruits of the culture are noticeable. Those fruits are noticeable. You can't deny them. It's all about worshiping women and their agency. Yeah, as we saw in that one pathetic clip from Forrest. That was so gross, dude. Talking to his, he accuses Christians of being belittling to women, right? And when we say, bring me a beer, bring me this, whatever it is, right? The meme. He's like, oh, little pookie boy poking your head through. Would you like to say something? It's like us calling our wife a wench is more respectable than how Forrest Valkai talked to his wife, like a dog. Like a dog. Peeking her nose through. Can I come? Oh, little Bobby. It's all about, yeah, okay. Yeah. Everyone's spurging out. Oh, yeah, the Trent Horn thing, that's going on. I'm starting to understand. I couldn't quite wrap my head around it, but I was starting to understand why during certain seasonal times in Orthodoxy, to some extent you can. Obviously, a lot of us, this is our job. We can't just not have a job. But there are certain things you can maybe pick out and refrain from participating in during these seasons. I'm considering that now. Before I'd be like, well, I have to do this. I have to do this and I have to do this. It makes sense. I need to clear my mind, so I'm going to play FIFA soccer for 3 hours. Okay. T-Man coming in. Yeah, you got nothing, dude. You can't say anything from your secular view. Being a stepfather is not inconsistent with Christian ethics. So you guys got nothing. All you really have is like these low-tier things. Oh, Andrew couldn't open a pickle jar or whatever, an olive jar. It was still a dude who opened it. That's what was so funny about that whole situation. Like, yeah, you could meme that forever. And he leaned into memeing it forever. Good on Andrew for doing that. But the thing is, like, it was still a dude who opened the jar. Jay's over the Target. He's over at Target. Yeah, I don't even want to. I don't envy that. It's never been my style anyway to dive into, like, deep files. I couldn't do it. I'll start making threats to my audience that I'm going to fly to Miami. No, not yet. Forgiveness is not for the person. Yeah, these distinctions are important. There's no secular forgiveness. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let's take this poor guy off our screen here. Shout out to Colossus for coming through with a really good video. Steel manning my position. I really appreciate it, Colossus. We all do here. Because it's so rare. It's like our complaint, right? It's a constant complaint that nobody's understanding the argument or pretending not to, and you did. Yeah, there's no secular distinction for forgiveness. There is none. This guy says everything with such insane confidence. Yeah, that's not an argument though. So, using laugh emojis and doing meta-analysis, you don't have a distinction for what forgiveness is, and you don't have a distinction from a secular view why it's a good thing to forgive anyone. You have nothing. You just have emojis. Got nothing. How can you... That's not what I said. I said you have no distinction for what it is, dude. You apparently don't have thinking capacity either. There's no reason to forgive. You don't have a distinction for what true forgiveness is. By what standard is it forgiveness? And why? By what standard should you do it anyway? You got nothing. You guys are sniveling goblins. You're like orcs. That's insane. Are you got? Unbelievable, these people. You're a secularist. You don't believe in God. Wow. You know how lucky you guys are that Christians don't generally take your methodology for dealing with opposition? Do you know how lucky you are? Do you know how lucky you are Christians today don't take a French Revolution approach to you? Do you know how lucky you are that you're subject to the benevolence of your opposition? Sometimes I wish it was just like a purge event, honestly. You know, if I could just erase the brain a little bit. See you later, old Joe. Have fun. What do you have? Brew pub? Nice. Have a beer. Have a beer for me. Actually, I moved over to not beer. Are you goth? Maybe he said, are you goth? Are you goth? What are you, goth? All right. It's 3:30. I think it's that time. Yeah, seriously, don't make us go Old Testament justice on you, okay? If people haven't encountered the humble God who serves all of his creatures, it is impossible for them to understand love and forgiveness. Yeah. Humility, forgiveness, love. They don't have it. There's nothing there. Who's live? That's who I want to know. Who's live? Who can I think I got a good chunk in today. Secularist Holy Trinity is appeals to me, the government, the holy mass population agreement. Yep. Instagram. They always ask for like apology tours from people. It's like, you acknowledge what you did was wrong and do an apology tour. And you're like, to who? To the masses.
to the broken fractionalized individualistic society of incompatible views. You will need to, you're going to have to own up to this. It's like, what? They invert everything. They invert church. They invert sacraments. They invert baptism, a death and a resurrection. They invert scripture. They make their own little doctrines, dogma, and confession. Yes, epic stream. It was good. It was funny too. How about we do this? Let's do one more insult. Where is it? 6. Let's do one more insult. It was so funny. Where is it? Is this it? Let's do the insults montage.
Like, I'm not watching that trash. Okay,
we
know you did.
Speaking of the arguments and all that, hey, really quick, Lux, can you please play clip number 36 really quick?
Hold on a second. Where is it? I have a bunch of prompts, Valkai. Like, evolution doesn't make its... Okay,
Such
here we go.
snakes,
You little... Okay, here we go.
But have you considered magic? Have you thought about maybe
Dishonor on you, dishonor on the God that you believe in, dishonor on fellow Christians. You're making everybody look bad with that one. Nobody liked that. Nobody did.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's finish off with this. We spent all day being real mean to Jim Bob.
You guys don't know what mean is.
By the way, to the person in chat, yes, jellyfish can move. They cannot swim against the current. They cannot fight against that. That's why they're technically plankton. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I'm just capping us off here. We spent a long time being real mean to him. I have no qualms with being mean to somebody who's an asshole to other people, especially not to me. It's weird how that works. And, I collected a lot of those. You saw this clip compilation at the beginning where he said a handful of mean things to me and Forrest. And it's like, well, maybe caught him at a bad day. I did pull from several different videos for that. So maybe it's actually a rare occurrence. Let's finish off with all of the things that Jim Bob had to say to me and Forrest.
This is the best. Thank you for including this, you guys.
I
just want you to notice, when the clip ends, look at how they're authentically laughing.
During yesterday's stream, and I should say just during the last hour and 40 minutes that we were actually there for that. Lux, can we get stream insult compilation?
Yeah, can you send me stream insults compilation too? Can you actually maybe put it up on the Line website so people can download it? You weasel. They're such snakes, you little slime ball. Bet you can't name stuff. Why don't you debate me, goblin? You're a weasel. You're a weasel. Your brain doesn't work. You guys are such cowards. You guys are troglodytes. You're primitive. You're primitive beasts. Spineless cowards. Dickhead. Hey, douchebag. You guys are pig snakes. You guys are cowards. You wench. You're a nasty, nasty little bird. You're a nasty little gibbon. Nasty little gibbon. You freaks. You're disgusting. You really are. You're a disgusting human. Are you really this much of a dipshit? You guys are scum. Scum of the earth, really. You little goblins. You little disgusting goblins. Dude, you're such a pussy, dude. Get out of here, you wicked scoundrel.
I still can't get over wench. Wench fucking got me.
Wench, and I love the sort of shot and chaser of weird little freaks followed by nasty, nasty little gibbon. Nasty little gibbon. This is weird, dude. Weird thing to say.
Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're totally welcome for that, by the way. You nasty little gibbon. You are. I don't even take that part back. They did love it. Of course they loved it. Of course they loved it. It's the most exciting, humorous aspect of their entire 7-hour show. And guess what, you guys? If you come over here, you can have those laughs at least every 11 minutes. Yeah, it's very Sam Shamoon, actually. Very much so. You nasty, filthy little hobbits. See, I'm going to develop a whole vernacular of insults that aren't cuss-based. Funny ones. I think that's my jam. Wicked Scoundrel, we've gotten you in a duel a couple of 100 years ago. Look at this guy insulting us, but it's all true and we won't prove him wrong and we'll laugh at it. Yeah, I take the laughter as an acknowledgement. I used to watch a whole lot of David Wood, Michael Jones, God Logic. What would you say is the main difference between them and you? Orthodoxy? They are classical foundationalists when it comes down to it. But, Michael Jones has been, at least when I talked to him, he was attending, at least here and there, Divine Liturgy. Glory to God. But, yeah, the theology is different, but the approach to argumentation is different, too. But, I mean, someone like Michael Jones knows way more than I do. Historically, Christianity, biblically, scripturally. So, that's a difference. You fool of Gibbons. You nasty, nasty little Gibbon. You think Avery's looking into it? Yeah, I would assume they're all going to look into it. So... the laugh here is you making fun of someone else? No. The laugh is my delivery and what I say. My choice words are what's funny. It's not that I'm making fun of someone. You're not getting it. You don't get it. What do we need to laugh about? You don't need to laugh about anything, atheist. You can just be a nihilistic, ineffectual bundle of biological chemicals if you want until you die. You don't need to do anything, buddy. All right. I think it's time to say goodbye to what we had. See, Myth Vision's going to start, people are catching on. I don't know why it took this long. They're seeing an uptick in, let's say, live streamers in this sort of overlapping communities of apologetics, philosophy, historicity, and now they're doing live streams. So Myth Vision is he's like, damn, I can't just sell my LM, what is it called? Multi-level marketing scheme. Of what Myth Vision? We are Myth Vision. He's trying to create a subcult. It's not going to work, bro. I don't think IP wants people knowing what sort of Christian. That's true. I mean, that's a thing out there, too. I've seen that with some people. Or they don't want to be judged by the category. But you can only avoid that so long. Eventually, if you come to the true church and claim that there is a singular true church, and it's always been the case, then hiding it would be a spiritual matter. Not saying it would be potentially who knows, maybe even a salvific matter. Who knows? Concealing it? That's like concealing your talent, concealing the truth. But, I see people are at different places. They don't want to announce it. They want to be able to defend it before they announce it, I think, sometimes. Is Cleve live? Yeah, we can do that. I've been trying to talk to Donnie because he's a really good resource for evolution. He's not responsive on X, though, for some reason. Or I'm just too mean, he doesn't want to help me. Could be that. That could be the case. He recently debated, not too long ago. Oh, okay, I saw some of that already. Never mind. All right, let's find some place for you to be. Shall we? And thank you for the very generous day today. Shout out to the dude who dropped 3 Benjis. Thank you so much. and everybody in between. Every fiver helps. Every little fiver helps support the channel. And I'm glad that I'm offering something of value here that's funny, that's that attacks, in this case, really bad positions. I think evolution is one of the worst philosophies I've ever encountered, honestly. I think it's really laughable. And I'm going to learn more about it, honestly. You know, these guys have some point, right? I'm missing some hyper-technical element of what they claim, what their mechanisms are. I can study up on that. It doesn't change my argument, though. It enhances my argument. So, you know, because of them, you know, maybe, you know what, I'll sign up for Khan Academy, evolutionary biology. How about that? Is that going to help you guys? Is that going to, you guys feel better about it then? All right. Let's see who's live. The good times that made us laugh outweigh the bad. Standing for Truth, Machine Lies, Joel Reads Bible, Cleve. All right, that's easy. That was easy. That was easy. That was easy. Jay Dyer debate tonight. Yeah. I was tempted to sneak back on and do a stream snipe of it, but that's not good etiquette. But I think I could do really funny commentary, but that's going to be philosophically dense. Jay's going to completely mangle Neil's brain. And Neil, he's going to take I'm a nice guy Neil approach, guaranteed. He's not going to take an aggressive approach. He's going to be very passive and submissive. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am. I think Neil's going to be like, well, he's got to sort of pedestal Jay and make it into a conversation or something. That's my prediction anyway. Who knows? I'll do a reaction tomorrow. Jay's going to laugh at him. He's going to laugh at him, though. Anyway, you guys are going over to another channel now, and I'm going to enjoy the rest of my day. And who knows? Who knows what I'm going to do? By the way, this live stream already has 10,000 views. Thank you so much. Wow. That's big for me. Thank you, Giovanni. Appreciate you. Dude, what was the other guy's name? Actual Jake? Is that what it was? Okay, whoever recommended Actual Jake, thank you for that. I don't know who it is. Okay, I gave him a sub. Looks like a real queen. Give a take. Give a look. Oh. What up, dude? What up, dude? All right. If you don't know, you're new here. You can also grab books. I make comic books. Volume 3, 4, 5 of Savage Memes is available. Made by Jim Bob. Also, the Orthodox 7 sticker package. Most of you have already ordered. We're taking pre-orders now. So they're colorful. They're beautiful. They're unique. You want this package? Go to madebyjimbob.com and grab your pre-sale package so we have an idea of how many to hit the button on. So they're really cool. You'll enjoy them. Good for Priuses, good for cars, good for computers, guitars, and whatnot. Or just never open them. With that said, that's all I got for you all. A shout out to The Line for doing a 7-hour stream on me. I did enjoy it. I thought you guys were pretty jovial for the most part, especially Erica. Erica won me over a little bit. She did. And I think that's it. God bless you all. See you guys later in the chat tonight when Jay decimates Gnostic. Shut up, Neil. Informant. And that's it for me. See you later.